Good morning, everyone. Just past 3 a.m. Central, and welcome to FOREX FIRE. Joining me, as usual, the usual suspects, coaches Michael and Tiger. How you doing, guys? Ready to take on
Wonderful.
the London session, I
Absolutely
hope?
awesome.
Awesome. Good
Ready to
stuff.
roll.
Still
Absolutely.
early in the morning again
Yes,
for you
sir.
guys, so I don't know how you're coping with all this interruptions in your schedules, but yeah, hopefully you got some rest.
We're making it work.
Still working on
Awesome. Good stuff.
it.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
it's gonna
All right,
it's gonna be a
let's
much
kick
better
things off, guys.
it's gonna be a much better day with
Yeah.
a new mouse.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to ask you about that. Did you
I
manage to
waited.
get one? As you can see, I've got some earphones. I look like a pilot now, but they're nice and
Yeah.
comfy.
Hey, pilots make
Good
good
stuff.
traders, right? They use checklists before their flights. We use checklists in trading, so
Yeah,
pilots are some of the best traders
yeah,
out there.
yeah. I've
Well
heard that.
said.
Don't know any pilots, but yeah. All right. Yeah, guys, let's kick things off. Who wants to start first today?
I can.
Oh, I can.
Uh,
You got it?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see here. So I'm actually looking at something pretty interesting, guys. Let's see here. Yeah, so AUDCHF from yesterday, actually. Let me go ahead and get my screen up here.
On Swiss.
Uh,
AOD Swiss.
so yeah, AUDC. Yeah, pretty interesting yesterday, and I'm still liking it today, actually, guys. This is literally one of the best setups that I really, really like here.
That's your Mona
So with
Lisa,
that
I
being
suppose.
said, let's
The one you always talk about.
yes,
Mona Lisa,
this
yep.
will be that. This will be that, right? So let's start on a 1 hour chart here. Uh, let's start on the one. So as you guys can clearly see, we got that 5200 cross, right? And we get the 5200 cross. We all know that it's always so weird when it does that. Sorry, guys. Okay. So 5200 cross. We know we are in level 2. All right. Then we're looking for that. In this case, W off the 200. All right. So, and what do we have here? If that isn't a pretty W there, I don't know what is.
Sure is.
Right. And then also what I really like too is, so we got this once the cross, right? We're looking for the W. I love how this resistance level here, it broke through it. Now we're kind of getting that action off this exact 100, but at the same previous support level, right? So absolutely gorgeous. Even on the TDI, it's telling us the same thing. We got that reload. So you can see market baseline has gone below the static here, and it's curving on around. This thing wants to go ahead and curve back up. All right, so that's why it's kind of curving back this way. So we do have the reload as well. Really nice.
Reload.
And yeah, guys, this one is a good one. It's on here at 140 at risking a dollar to make $1.40, risking a dollar to make $1.44. And then I also had a second position. That's the initial position once the candle closed. So right here.
All right, you're still waiting for the
Initially,
candle to close, right?
Yeah. Yep. So this, once it closed here, we had the initial entry, right? And then the second entry was slightly right around here. Actually, we're exactly where it is now. right? And then the second entry actually gave you at 27, I want to say. Is it 27? Yeah, somewhere around 27. Yeah, here it is right here. This one actually gave you an even nicer position, guys. So this gives you almost 2.5 towards this target. So this would be a
Nice.
nice move if this does pop. This would be a 3.5% move just by risking 1% on two separate positions. So half on one
Mm-hmm.
position, half on the other position. This will yield 3.5% if this is done. If this is actually runs all the way to TP. So super nice trade on this one. And then I just love the
Nice.
4 hour as well, right? So as I was previously mentioning, what makes these sometimes called an A plus setup is if when I have
Mm-hmm.
two separate setups on two separate time frames. So here I'm explaining the W off the 200. I just pretty much went through the rules. The 5200 crosses, the market baseline goes below this case for the reload. We get this pattern, W pattern in this case, off the 200 EMA going long, right? So this is the 1 hour chart. On the 4 hour chart, we have something. Let me delete. Actually, I don't want to delete that. I'm just gonna delete this. All right, cool. Now on the 4 hour chart, we have, I think the word is a fractional, right? So we have something that is pretty close as well. So on this particular 4 hour chart, I'll delete this too, and then just put it back. So on the 4 hour chart, in this case, this is an entirely separate setup, guys. But again, this is what makes this to me is a A plus setup, right? So on this 4 hour chart, we have the 1350 cross, and we know we are in level one on the 4 hour chart. We're looking for that bounce off the 50, right? Now the cool thing about this is once you actually run in here, same exact thing, right? So price runs up, gives it as soon as 1350 cross and you're looking for that run, you're looking for that pullback to the 50 EMA, which is obviously here, right? So this first one doesn't close but above the 13, as you can see. This second one does, right? But it's late in the day at this point, right? Then we got this huge red candle comes down. This next green candle is where the action happens, right? So this you want to enter on this position. Wait, I mean you can wait for a slight pullback as you see the positions. One was at the close, the other one's at the back area, which is that 27. And yeah, this setup is the master trade setup, right? Price, I'm expecting price to run towards this 200 EMA. In this case, saying that I think I mentioned yesterday or one of these days when you asked Rich, what are these orange dots? I always target the ADR low for
Yep.
highs for longs, ADR lows for shorts. So in this case, I'm just still doing the same thing, targeting this. Now, obviously, once it gets to the 200, my stops will be at break even anyway, so I'm not too worried about it bouncing off this area. But yeah, this would be the exact move though. This probably will end up being my trade of the week more than anything, because I just love how it's two separate. Again, it's an A plus setup for me because it's two separate trades on two separate time frames. Yeah, obviously this could not go,
Nice.
but this is a very
You're
very high
timing it.
probability. Yeah, so this is everything right about now. So, but yeah, this is what I'm currently super honed in on, and we'll see if we get any other opportunities a little bit later in the day, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Pass it over to
Let's
one of you
hope
two. Let
we
me
get
get
in
set
there.
up a brief here.
Cool.
Right
Tiger?
on. Well, so we did finally
Well.
have our In inflation reports yesterday, they did come out, I guess, depending on which calendar you looked at. I mean, it was pretty well neutral for the dollar, for the consumer price index. It's kind of odd. Forex Factor had it listed as a 2.6 for the forecast, but when you look at like Rebate Kings and FX Street, they all had 2.7. So I guess Forex Factor must have been looking at some other info. But either way, the actual number came out right at 2.7. So they must have fat fingered their forecast or something. I'm not sure what they did, but
like you guys yesterday, fat fingering.
Right. I was just thinking that.
Yeah. But yeah, and then of course Canada, they had a little bit of mixed reporting, 3.1 on their median. CPI was right on target though, 0.1, and then the trim CPI 3.0 on the dot. So, yeah, I mean, really, as far as those two currencies, I don't really think it changed a whole lot. I'm just going to off screen look at one of my surprise meters. Yeah, the dollar, I think yesterday when we're talking about the surprise meter, it was down around the 53 level, 53%, but it's actually a little higher, 58%. So it gave it just a slight bump when we're looking at the surprise meter actual numbers versus forecasted numbers on these reports as an aggregate. And then Canada, it's actually down to 29%. So it's still one of the weaker currencies, the Canada dollar is. US dollar, it's trying to gain some momentum. Anytime I have it in the 50s, it's still kind of neutral. Really 60 or higher is where I start getting a little more interested in buying it. Under 40 is where I'm a little more interested in selling something. So, but yeah, we still have the New Zealand dollar stuck at 100%. So that's still the strongest currency. But this morning we actually had the GDP, the British pound report come out for that was a CPI, and I was actually on last night's stream, last night for me, early morning for you guys, or for you, Richard, but I actually had gotten in on I'd actually gotten in on a footsie trade because I was getting a score of a 5 on my on my fundamentals, rather, on my top setups. So let me just flip on over here. Oh, I'm already on. Okay. So yeah, UK 100. I had identified this area right in here. Let me just turn off my master pattern real quick.
You see how price blasted through those areas we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's exactly what I was
going to take a big loss.
That's what I was.
And just
that's what I was going to point out. That's right. That's right. So I didn't even I avoided these zones yesterday because I knew that news was coming, and if I just use that one as an example, flipping down to the 15-minute. Remember, I had this 15-minute zone within that 4-hour zone, so I had a nice confluence. But as price came down, let me see, that was what, 7:30 a.m. yesterday. Yeah. So when that inflation report came out, so. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's 7:30 on the UK anyway. I never got a trigger candle, did I? Just pure red candles all the way down through. Just waterfalled all the way, like you said, hot knife through butter. So that kept me out of that trade.
Yeah, waiting for some sort of confirmation.
Right. Yeah, because even if you go down to the 5-minute, I mean, you know, it's still all the highs kept going down and down, so that kept me safe. This is what I was pointing out on last night's stream. But yeah, I had 7 alerts hit, you know, very shortly after the yesterday's inflation report. But every single one of them just cut right through. So no trigger candles, which means no trades. Now the UK though. Last night, I was still getting a 5 score, and it looked like it had kind of balanced out a little bit. So I actually did get in on, let me see, which candle was it here? Blah, blah. Let me see, that would have been, actually, I'll tell you what, let me do this. I'm just going to flip on over here real quick. Yeah, UK 100. So last night I had gotten in. What I had done was kind of drawn up this this little bit of pullback, or this, I should say, this little bit of trend line coming down. I was looking at this, just kind of this zone right here, rectangle, because obviously the chart looked a little different on the other broker platform, but on this one I didn't really get. It was more of a 2-hour candle. Of course, we don't have two hour on the GUI trades, but yeah, I was looking in this area last night, and I did actually get a little bit of a breakout right here. So I ended up getting in the trade here because I did have a 5 score on my top setups, and then it just kind of chopped around and went sideways. Now this morning it dropped.
Yeah.
I had my stop loss a little further down. So when it right in this area is when the let me see, that's when the British pound CPI came out, and even though it was negative for the market, for the FTSE, it actually turned around and raised up. You see, so price actually raised on that report. So just kind of against against the norm, if you will. Obviously, that's good for the currency, but not so good for the stock market, the UK stock market. But the market didn't care. It acted like it was a currency there for a little while, and it just kept going up. So when I actually got up out of bed this morning, I acknowledged that and saw, well, I got lucky because, it was only a few points from a stopping me out. But it ended up reversing and going the other way. So when I saw it in this area, I just went ahead and got out. And it was like a 0.25, but it was like a tiny, tiny loss. I think like $20 or something like that, $24. Because I knew that was lucky. Like that, common sense would have said that would have just blown right through the stop loss, but it didn't. It went the other way. So I went ahead and just made a veteran decision, I think, to just get out. Now, obviously, markets can be irrational and it can turn around and go up to what would have been my profit target, right? But I'm not going to bet on that, because when I look at the UK market, or the UK as a stock market, I'm thinking on the surprise meter, it was around a 25%. Now, this is the stock market, so this is the UK 100. And then it went down to 17%. So it's actually one of the weaker stock markets when you look at the surprise meters for the UK version of the reports. So just not very strong for their stock market. But their British pound is actually up to a 50%. That was one of the weaker currencies there for a little while, but that actually brought it back up to just a perfectly even neutral. So not really interested in buying, not really interested in selling, unless I match it up with a really strong or a really weak currency. But yeah, still, I mean, it's still New Zealand dollar is the strongest. Euro is the second, and then Swiss franc at number 3. That's really the strongest ones, and then Canada is really the weak. So kind of where we set at the moment. But my top setups: New Zealand Japanese yen is number 1, Swiss Jap is number 2, and then actually have the Nasdaq as number 3. So the weakest ones, the weakest couple I got is the pound New Zealand and the Aussie Swiss. So yeah, these are all that I've got alerts set for at the moment.
Okay.
Let me
nice.
Just flip back on here real quick. I'll take a look at a couple of these. Okay, so let's just take a look. So New Zealand Japanese yen. Pull up that alert. Strong uptrend. Obviously, it has bounced through that overhead supply if we're looking at a daily supply. So definitely would be more interested in a little bit deeper of a retracement. I'm not too interested in trading this on a smaller time frame, because I would expect, even though it's in a strong uptrend, I would expect price to bounce, down to a more major, higher time frame demand zone. So I did mark this 4-hour zone here. And that's the one I would be the most interested in if I'm looking at this pair. So just get price to come down and bounce in this area for a long. And all these blue lines represent former resistance points if we're looking at the higher time frames. So it'll be interesting to see how prices do react around this area on a smaller time frame. But But I'm more interested in this area. So blow through those couple former resistance points, catch these unfilled orders, see if we can ride it to the top. Swiss Jap is my number 2 top setup. And this one is, again, that parabolic one. It's just going crazy. So I'm okay with buying this one a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with buying this one a little higher on the curve because of that. And I think, I don't know, is that all-time high? Pretty sure that's all-time highs. Let me see here. Let's do this. Let's just go to the monthly time frame. Yeah, I mean, that's easily all-time highs. So there's just, you never know. I mean, it could go to the moon. You never know. But I'm not too worried about any overhead resistance. So, for something like that, I would be okay with looking for a 38% retracement. I mean, if I'm just looking at this immediate swing low, swing high point, I mean, I do have this demand zone on a smaller time frame. It's a little higher up. I got that on an hour. Okay. 1 hour time frame. So yeah, I mean, if price could go a little higher to bring this 38.2 retracement up, then that would make me feel a little more comfortable about going after that 1 hour demand zone right there.
Cool.
So yeah, that's an opportunity. I mean, if it just comes straight down into it, we'll see. I mean, definitely going to be strict on that 15-minute engulfing candle with some volume, strong volume coming out of it. If I were to even entertain it, again, it would make it a little more enticing if that 38.2 level does come up to that area. So if we get a raise up, to this area before coming back, that's kind of what I would prefer to see, just on a little bit longer of a time frame, and bring that 38.2 level to that zone. So that's ideal. That's ideal in my opinion for that one. NASDAQ. Let's pull up the NASI. Giving me a score of a 7. By the way, the New Zealand Jap was a 9, Swiss Jap was an 8, and then NASDAQ is a 7. So yeah, another one.
Is that
one that kept
a bullish 7 or bearish 7?
Bullish 7. Yeah, bullish 7.
Bullish.
Bullish 7. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I'm just looking at the stock market surprise meters for the U.S., they have the S&P listed as the main one. So, yeah, it'd be 50%. So it's still a little more neutral, but hey, I mean, yeah, when it comes to the NASDAQ, I mean, it's excellent COT reports. So they picked up NASDAQ longs on this last commitment of traders report. Retail position has it short. Actually, I'd be interested to see what the put to call ratio looks like real quick. I'm going to take a look at that off screen. I try to look at the put to call ratio on the options market from time to time, just because it's yet another, there it is. It's yet another retail sentiment gauge. So let me see, NASDAQ. So they're an extreme. Okay, so the put to call ratio in the options market for the NASDAQ, yeah, they've got it in the extreme fear range. So it's well above neutral. It's above the extreme fear. Usually when that happens, they're net short. So what do? We observe the masses do the opposite. 90% of traders lose 90% of their account within 90 days. So it's just kind of another added odds enhancer, and helping me determine if I'm going to buy or sell something. So, but yeah, back to the sentiment. So that was the sentiment. Seasonality is giving me a positive score. Trend, obviously. MPMI, CPI, employment change, and unemployment rate. Those are all benefiting this narrative. So there's really only a few other reports that are negative, but it's really all about the sentiment and the technicals. It's really driving this thing. And clearly. Well, yeah, I mean,
those numbers also, gives me quite a confidence, aligns with my analysis as well, just to, remain bullish. Yeah. FTSE and a NASI. So any sort of deeper kind of retracements that you can get, might just set you up for a nice long position.
Yeah. I mean, at some point though, getting a deep retracement wouldn't surprise me. Let me get rid of all my drawings
Oh
real
yeah,
quick. I mean, just like
much deeper than the
just
little
like
ones we're getting right now.
yeah. I mean, just like Troy said perfectly on a stream the other day. I mean, if we're looking at this extreme low to this extreme high, if I just isolate just the volume spread analysis real quick, I mean, look at the volume. It's just going
Yeah,
down.
it's just been dropping.
So, it's just something to be aware of. I mean, it kind of feels
Right.
But it can go on almost forever.
it could.
You know,
Oh yeah,
it just
exactly.
doesn't make
It could
sense
be.
at all to most people.
It
It's
doesn't.
like,
It could be irrational longer than we're solvent. That's for sure.
correct. That's
For
the
sure.
same. That's the same. Tiger, just a
But
quick sec there before you
yes,
go on. I think
okay.
it's time for our market news, read to us by
Yeah.
Coach Michael. Michael, are you ready to do that
Absolutely.
for us, please? And then we'll get back to the
Of
charts
course.
right afterwards. Awesome.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Welcome to another market sentiment, another market update from Hola Prime. So let's get right into it, guys. The Forex market news first, and the dollar is still king, guys. Let's jump right into the action here. U.S. core sale retail is up about 0.2%, a little bit better than expected, and that means consumers are still swiping, and the U.S. economy isn't slowing down as fast as the Feds had hoped. Right? A translation: this means the dollar is done, not just yet. All right, and the DXY still floating around 105, and bulls aren't letting go, guys. Um, Key moves on Euro USD, stuck near around 1.1610, trying to catch his breath. The ECB's been silent. Dollar's too loud right now. The bias bearish below 1.1650. London liquidity thins, but New York picked up the selling torch, guys. And moving on to the GBP USD, stuck around 1.3400, and all eyes on tomorrow's UK CPI at 2 a.m. EST. Hot inflation, GBP rockets. Soft print, the things drop faster than your stop loss on FOMC day, guys. So be careful of that. All right. Other news: USD JPY around 158.50 and climbing. So be on the lookout for that. This is BOJ danger zone, guys. They've been whispering intervention, but markets are calling the bluff, right? If it reaches past 159, expect Tokyo to start sweating and maybe even Colin Powell. All right. USD CAD CPA came in cool yesterday, 2.6 versus 2.7 expected. CAD got slapped around. USD CAD popped off around 0.3780 with odds on a break above 1.38. You could call this soft inflation, hard reaction, more or less. And the AUD USD tried to rally on Asia session, strength hit, but ceiling at around 0.6780. And the Chinese GDP missed this last week, and the Aussie is catching that negative drift, guys. So you'll see that on the charts. Risk cone is a bit murky, so watch commodities. And then, of course, the crypto market. Moving on to there. That's the cool down after the fire, right? Bitcoin around 117,800 after last week's rally, or earlier this week's rally to 123,000. BTC is now, let's say, catching its breath, to say the least. Volume's kind of tapering off, but it doesn't mean go to sleep at the wheel just yet, guys. ETF flows are still net positive, and the Trump BTC reserve chatter is helping the macro case. So just be aware of that as well. Key levels to pretty much watch. Supported around 115,000. Resistance obviously is at around 123,000, which is the prior high. And that breakout target would definitely be around 128,000, guys. It's going on to Ethereum, around 3,120. Ethereum is a bit quiet. It's a quiet beast, as we like to say. It's just in the background, right? Behind Bitcoin, the big dog there. And institutions are nibbling. Layer twos are booming, and the ETH BTF ratio is creeping up. It's low key bullish, guys. So just keep your eye on that. Next stop's around 3,300. Moving on to a few altcoins that kind of standing out today. ENS is up about 18% off news of integration on other chain hype. Sol and Link are up about 4 to 5%, still riding that negative wave. And then Doge, because of course Doge still moves, it's up about 2%. Don't ask why. I have no idea. Just trade it, guys, if you can. And then Crypto Week in Congress. U.S. lawmakers are finally acting like crypto finally exists, guys, which is a good thing for crypto, that is. The Genius Act, Clarity Act, and the anti-CBDC bills are in debate. Right, so markets love legislative clarity, and we could see an alt season part 2 if regulation kind of firms up here. And then a hot setup for the day. Everyone's kind of looking at GBP USD. Why it matters? The UK CPI drops early, and this pair is cooling up for a big move, guys. Inflation prints hot. Expect GBP to push through to about 1.3450 and retest around 1.3500. But if inflation cools, say hello to about the 1.33 level or lower by New York Open, guys. The plan would be obviously a straddle bias if you trade it, or fade the spike based off the follow through. Either way, set your alerts, set up for the London session if you're about want to stay up and trade that London session. And then today's mindset alpha quote of the day, guys. Forget forecasts, master reacting. The market isn't looking for fortune tellers. It rewards disciplined execution, guys, and following your trading plan. All right, so stay nimble, stay biased, but above all, stay. All right, that will do it for Hola Prime today. Market brief. Back to you guys.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Stay green
Awesome.
right.
Welcome back.
Oh, yes.
Well done, Michael.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right.
Guys, welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome to FOREX FIRE as we navigate through the London session. Again, joining me, we got Coach Michael and Tiger. Tiger was busy with a bit of analysis there before Coach Michael, not rudely, but happily read the news for us. So, Michael, if you want to continue, Tiger, if you want to continue with your analysis, please do so.
Yeah,
I've also got some insights there on the FTSE, very similar to yours, but I'll go up after.
Perfect. Yeah, just finishing out the NASI here. That zone that I had identified yesterday, I mean, clearly that was a giant green candle coming out of that. Now, I wasn't too excited when I drew that candle up just because there wasn't the greatest volume coming out of that zone. I mean, you look at that green candle down here, that green VSA candle, it wasn't the best looking, right? It's not like it was a yellow candle or a red candle. I like to see yellow and red candles coming out of my zones. That's that. If I could paint my perfect picture, that's what it would look like. But clearly, we didn't have that. So even if we didn't have that inflation reporting coming out, I probably still would have ignored that just because of that. But as always, I like to still pay attention to my zones because when you look at it from a technical aspect, I mean, it is a zone because it just shot out like crazy. So yeah, that was just another, negative nitpicking of that zone, even despite that news coming in. So stay safe. So having said that, as always, I can delete the old news and we can look underneath. So if we look further underneath for the NASI, since it is giving me still a bullish bias, I would be looking more for this zone down here at this point. So on the 15-minute time frame, we got another red candle before a couple green candles coming up. Some yellow candles underneath relative to previous candles. So yeah, I'd be looking at that area as well. We got a nice spike here with a bunch of volume, so we can even go down a little further and see what kind of setup we might have down here. Let's see here. Where we at? Like a big, nice, ugly wick. Yeah, not really a zone, but clearly a bunch of volume. So yeah, I probably just feel more comfortable with that 15-minute zone right here down in this area. Because of course, like I said, overall it's just been going. How low can you go? That's right.
I also think a little bit lower.
Yeah. And then obviously the next step below that would be down here, which I like a little better because it's a wider zone. That's actually a 1 hour zone that I wrap the rectangle around. Yeah, see, that's the one that I'm the happiest about, but that's going to require obviously a deeper retracement. Give me those crab legs a little bit on the cheaper side, so we'll see. Over the course, however long it may take, but we'll see. I mean, in the immediate area though, we do have this area here, but. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's really. I'm just expecting an overall deeper retracement. Again, we got the decreasing volume, even though it's going sky high. So, yeah, and again, they're more neutral anyway as far as the U.S. indices at the moment. So that'll be it on the NASI. Let's get rid of that old alert. UK, I can delete that one as well. Open up my alerts again so I don't run out of them. US 30 got more of a daily demand zone.
Your new mouse, by the way.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Good.
Working like
it's got a 6 foot cord on it. So
Did
I
you
fish
avoid
it up
Walmart
underneath.
this time around?
You know what? Do I have to answer
Temu.
that? No, I actually got it at Walmart, $7.88.
Not even Temu can be that fast, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and plus I live 5 minutes from a Walmart. So yeah, yesterday when I got up from my nap after session, I just went straight there and got it.
That's
Because
what I
that
thought.
other one was,
Yeah,
yeah, and I'm glad you said that because I would have never
scraping the
thought
crap
about
out of you.
yeah. Oh my gosh. So after the stream ended, I actually took it and threw it in my living room for my bedroom. So yeah, I smashed it a time or two. It's still sitting here. I haven't thrown it into the pond just yet, but I will. But anyway,
It's time. It's
no, this
time.
one's working. Yeah, this one's working great though. So back to the Dow. Just looking at. Let's see here. Get my fib tool here. Just looking at the swing low. It's a little touchy though. I will say. I might have to adjust the speed. But anyway, so
Yeah, I
just
know
look at
those
this
type of
swing low.
mouse or mice. They're always like a
Yeah.
little weird. You move it just a little bit, and it's all the pointers all over the screen. Like, whoa!
It definitely takes a while
Well,
getting used to a new mouse.
Yeah, because on mine, when
Like
I
a new
look at the
pitch, right?
settings, I think the speed is 1 to 15, and it comes default at a 5. So I just open it all the way up. But sometimes when I'm trying to, just come underneath a candle, especially when I'm zoomed in like that, it's just a little difficult to hit it the right spot. So,
Right.
but anyway, it's working great. Can't complain. But yeah, that daily demand zone, I mean, that's right at the 61.8 level. If we can get a nicer retracement on that one. So again, it may take a few days, but the goal would just be to fine tune it and find a zone within a zone. I'm not really getting a whole lot. I mean, we have some volume towards the bottom of that zone, so maybe at that candle right there on a 2-hour time frame, 2-hour. Yeah, 2-hour. I mean, So basically just right on the 61.8. I mean, that might be an opportunity. It's not the best looking zones as far as the 4-hour, the 2-hour, the 1 hour, but I'm just being real picky on this. I mean, at the end of the day, it is still at the 61.8 level. And it would be a really deep discount, compared to buying up here. And plus, this is another area that I personally wouldn't want to buy on a 5 or a 15 because it's in a downtrend when you're looking at it on a 4-hour chart, just as an example. So, but that's just my taste. That's my rules. But yeah, I mean, looking at it in the course of the daily, it's clearly an uptrend. So just give me a retracement to that daily zone / the 61.8 / this former resistance line that I put over here that goes right through that zone. So this would almost be the case of I would just buy the daily zone and not even worry about a 4-hour, 2-hour, 1-hour zone. If that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So that's probably what I would look to do. But rather than buying at the top of the proximal line of the zone, I would probably just wait and enter in, on the former resistance point, which is above the real body of the candle. So again, this is just fine tuning and being picky with this. I mean, if I just get rid of my, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah. So just delete that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if I entered in on this area, like I said, the resistance, it's just barely above the body. So above the open of that daily candle. So yeah, that would give me a pretty good couple, 200 point range, and then obviously put a stop loss below. So yeah, I'd feel real comfortable just buying just the zone of that one. Speaking of, I need to put an alert in. So we're going to put an alert in just right on that former resistance point and see what happens whenever it gets there. Throw that on for a week out. For the Dow. All right. And I like to use So with the master pattern indicator I use, I also use something called the master pattern trend finder. That's why when you guys see my daily chart over here, that's why you see a lot of weird colors, because the greener colors mean it's uptrend. Even if it's like a red candle sprinkled in there, because it's overall the up, and vice versa if you see red. So some of these red candles might actually be green candles, but in the context of the overall move, it's red, if that makes sense. So kind of in a way similar to the Heiken-Aishi for anybody that uses Heiken-Aishi. If that makes sense.
I never used it. Very interesting, though.
You know what? Heiken-Aishi, I never did either, but if you're just wanting to find simple trends, man, it's real simple to use. I mean, I don't know. Just let me see here. Well, yeah, Heiken-Aishi. Yeah, here's Heiken-Aishi. So it just makes it easier to see trends. Again, it just kind of colors, like even if we have like this green uptrend, obviously, there's obviously red candles sprinkled throughout. So it just kind of masks them and just kind of gets rid of the noise. So it is kind of nice to flip to that at times if you can't understand what your trend is, So anyway, I thought I'd point that out, but so we're gonna delete that old US 30 Euro Jap. Got a zone on the 15-minute. No, I guess it's 10-minute. So yeah, I got a 10-minute zone on the Euro Japanese yen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles up. A little higher on the curve, but again, this is another one that's parabolic. So, actually, I've got an alert a little lower. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's right. So this daily, or this 1 hour, I should say, 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles coming out of it. Pretty good volume underneath that. So that's probably my favorite one. But again, it is going parabolic. So I'll even look at something like this on the smaller time frame. So give me a drop into the 10-minute zone, and we might try taking that one up to obviously this high point. So that would be Euro Jap. Throw me alert on there.
Alerts.
All about the alert. All about the alerts.
100%.
Until Friday. Pound New Zealand. This is one of my short opportunities. I think Pound New Zealand was giving me. So this is my strongest bearish bias pair at a -10. Now, obviously, this is one that just chops people to pieces, right? So, yeah, definitely looking for something high on the curve here. So I do have this zone identified up here. On the 4 hour, it had actually bounced off of this zone. I drew it back in time, so I'll just decrease that coloring down to a really light red, so I know that it's still a mitigated zone. But yeah, below that, I do have this zone on the 1 hour that I've identified. So we'll see how price reacts if and when it gets to that point. It's about an 18, 17 pip spread range on that one. Could be better, but again, I like it because it is high on the curve and it's overall bearish. I mean, a -10 or lower, that's a very bearish score on my chart or on my top setups. So yeah, give me a deep retracement to the upside on that. There's another one that I identified here on a smaller time frame, but again, I prefer to have this one as high up on the curve as possible. And the red part of the Hungarian flag, as always. Dollar CAD. So this one's still just giving me a bullish score of a 4, or as I should say, neutral. But it's very, very low on the curve. So I'm just waiting to hopefully get either one other good piece of dollar news, US dollar news, or negative piece of Canada dollar news. But I want to go ahead and save an alert on here just to see how price reacts if we get down to this area here. Still quite a ways. That's about 100 pips away. If I run out of alerts, that would be the first one I would delete because I don't have, it's not yet a bullish score. But I'll go ahead and keep it on my radar for the meantime. Now, pound Swiss, this is one of my closer short bias setups. I do have this supply zone just overhead. I got an alert set on that one. On a 1 hour time frame, pretty nice decrease from that last green candle up. But now that I see the VSA, it looks like very little volume, huh? So now that I see that, I don't like it as much as I thought I did. So there's Mona Lisa's.
You're allowed to change your mind, right? As a trader.
That's right. That's right. There's Mona Lisa's and there's Monets. So Mona Lisa's look prettier the closer you get.
Don't discriminate
Monet's
against Monet.
Right. Monet's is the opposite. they're prettier the farther away you are. Okay, so that's more of a Monet, not a Mona Lisa.
That's a good one.
Delete that alert. That way I don't get suckered into it. 4 hour zone ahead of that. Okay, so I'll let's see here. Yeah, the volume's a little bit better coming out of that one, so I'd be more interested in this area up here. So I don't know why I deleted that alert. I could have just pushed it up. But either way, let's do this. Get an alert set just ahead of that area up there. We'll throw that one out a week. I tend to, on Sundays, go through all of my alerts that I had set for the week. And if I have, alerts set on things that moved back into the neutral camp, then I'll just get rid of them typically. Or if it's an alert that I still like, I'll just tack it on another week. I don't like throwing alerts out 2, 3, 4 weeks just because I do have a limited amount as of now.
No, I do the same thing. I try my best to get rid of them like on Sundays or like it's a whole new week. It's almost kind of like starting over. I try my best to do them.
Yeah. I say that. I'm not the most diligent about it until I realize, oh, wait, I can't set a new alert. Time to delete something. Flipping on over to Swiss Chaps. Already went over that one. Euro, Canada, dollar. I am getting a bullish score of a 6. Really nice increase in price there for a point in time, but we have had some very, very slow grinding down. But I do have this zone right in this area on a 4 hour chart. A 4 hour time frame, right around this former resistance point as well. So that's my closest one on EuroCAD that I might be interested in whenever it gets down there. New Zealand CAD, that one's giving me a bullish score of a 6. Now this one's close. So this is another one that'll chop you to pieces if you're buying in the middle of the curve, right? This is another currency that does that. So same thing. Only interested low on the curve on this. So I do have this really nice looking 4 hour zone over here, and it's getting pretty close to touching it. So let's see what my RSI is doing here. Lower low, a little bit higher of a low. Okay, so this one might be in play. Let's see, lower low, lower low. Still getting lower lows, so I don't really like that. Let's look at this section here. Okay, so double bottom. However, on a 30-minute time frame, the RSI is showing a slight increase. So a very, very slight divergence, even though this one has pierced through. So this is technically a lower low than here. So lower low, higher low. So we are getting a little bit of divergence. So that makes me feel a little bit okay about possibly buying into this. You just keep going to the time frame where things look pretty. But yeah, that's not too far away at all. I mean, we're talking like 10 pips, if that. So we may possibly get a move into this area this morning, at some point this morning. We'll see. We'll see how that one. We'll see how that one works.
Oh, that's close. NZDK.
Nice. Yeah, real close on that one. Real close. So, and then the last couple I got, New Zealand Japanese yen. That one is, yeah, that's my number one. So I went over that one. Euro dollar. This one was on my list yesterday morning, but because of the inflation report, it actually took it off. I was a little disappointed because this one was a really good setup in the 61.8 level. Had that 4-hour zone, some former resistance points, but I'd be breaking my rules, fellas, if I got in this, because it is currently a score of a 3. So it actually dropped down 2 or 3 points.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, I love it. This is one of the hardest ones to avoid taking a trade, but if I trade it, I'm breaking my rules. Man. Yeah. Gonna avoid it. Even though I don't, even though I want to trade it. Sit on my hands. And then lastly, Aussie dollar, Swiss franc. And that's a -10, so that's another strong bearish setup. Which is the one you're in, Michael, is that right?
The odd Swiss? AUDCHF. Yep.
Yeah. So you're buying, and you've got a profit target up in this area, I think it was, right? On a 4-hour, somewhere in that area. Yep. So when you sell out, you can just pass them off to me, and I'll take them to the downside. Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Let's run it.
Teamwork.
Just click the reverse button. Pass it over to your account.
Yeah. Me and Paul were having that conversation on the slow markets stream last night about hitting the reverse button. That's just something I've never done. I don't know, because you guys know with me it's all about finding the bullish or bearish bias, and if I'm flipping trades like that, then I'm going against the bias because I only have permission in my rules to go one way or the other. So, but
yeah,
right,
but. That's just me. But there's people that do
I guess
that.
That's
I've done that in the beginning years. But I must say in the beginning years, trading platforms didn't even have that. There was only a feature that was added later on. It's like hitting that auto button on the, what's his name, on the slot machine. Like now.
The brokers are thinking, oh, this is a new way we can get money from people. Yep. But
in
anyway,
and out,
I'll be waiting.
Commission. In and out, commission. Just like that. Bam, one press.
That's it. That's basically all I got, Michael. I'll just wait till you pass off those lots to me, and I'll take them down.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of hovering around the same little area. We'll see what it does.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you want to share, or should I just quickly jump to mine? Michael, is that all right?
Oh, yeah. Go right ahead.
All right. Cool. Let's just bring up my screen quick. I'll give you a bit of an overview of what I should have done on the FTSE yesterday. A bit of better homework. It irritated me that price melted through those areas we were looking at yesterday. And it was only until after the fact that I just stepped back a little bit, zoomed to a bigger time frame. Again, this is on the FTSE or the UK 100. Gone to a 4-hour time frame and played around with a pitchfork, obviously using the 3 most prominent anchor points prior to this move to the upside. And again, you can see that price actually went above the boundaries of this upper red warning line. But what I like to often do, excuse me guys, is copy and paste same pitchfork, attach it to the upper end. We just double it up if that's a better word. And look what happened over there. Right as it reached that upper red warning line where we tried to actually trade into yesterday, kaboom, moved to the downside. So this is now my operating angles, as I would call it. It is on a 4-hour time frame. This pitchfork starts here from around the 25th of June. So I'm going to leave this pitchfork on here until I believe it's not useful anymore. Now, if we have to also look at, let's say, the sequence of where I believe this trend is in, I like to call it phases or sequences. It's pretty much the same as Elliott wave analysis. Then I also see, in combination with the market geometry, here some pretty cool counts that I can figure out, as well as symmetry in some of these moves to the upside. So just to give you a quick overview, and this is again, guys, just looking at this phase to the upside, because this was after a pretty decent correction, right? Then you want to look at what the next phase is potentially telling you. And what I'm seeing here is a potential 1, a potential 2, and then this, a potential 3. And this potentially, I think, might be an incomplete 4th wave, right? It might even still move towards this median line here, which it hasn't touched just yet, or slightly lower, right? So I'm going to put that label there, and then a 5th wave, and then at a later stage, a deeper decline. Now, this sort of falls in alignment with what you said, Tiger, about your sentiment analysis, that it is still bullish on the FTSE. Which is quite interesting to see. You can go deeper into this. What does all this mess mean? And for me, this also aligns really nicely. If I have to use the same counts over here, this to me looks like a leading diagonal where you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for a first wave. That's now the internal waves. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. And I should actually make this smaller. Let's use minuets. I don't ever know what to use with these drop-down lists. Minors, intermediates, or whatever the case might be. It's just very confusing. So I think you get the idea though, hopefully. And let me just go and take that line off there. Sorry, guys, I'm just breaking down things slowly, trying to show you my thought processes. And to those watching, hopefully, you can learn something from this. Not saying that I'm right, can always be wrong. But when you start framing Elliott wave analysis or phases or sequences with market geometry, it does take a lot of how can I say, practice to do that. And there is some subjectivity involved, obviously. I wish there was a rule book where you can do exactly this, this, and this, and this. Then trading would obviously have been way, way easier. But it does take experience to start seeing these things. So if you are into Elliott wave analysis,
For sure.
I don't know, phase analysis or whatever, then combining that with market geometry, as I said, is something that's really, really cool. So what's nice here is that little fourth wave over here of this internal wave. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You even got that third wave, which is a motive wave or an aggressive wave, which is typically how third waves behave internally, right? So again, just a sequence, I think a third finish there, right? Fourth might still be underway. Where might that move towards? Yes, we are getting a jump up to the upside now, but it would have also been nice to see something like this, a nice ABC, right? Not just a one-directional decline like this, right? Which makes me think, and I might be wrong, sometimes you have very short pullbacks with moves back to the upside. That's 100% fine. You're not always going to get the look that you want. But if you do get the look, and it does something like this, and it breaks this low over here, fourth waves in the bigger picture, and we're talking about this 1, 2, 3, 4, typically breaks below or meets the previous fourth wave of the internal wave, if that makes sense. It also likes to retrace to a 0.382% retracement, measured from the end of the second wave to the end of the third wave to find your fourth wave. And as you see there, we've just missed it. We're not there yet. All right, so I want to be long the FTSE. I want to go, I'm still bullish and still thinking that we might then get that fifth wave and then at a later stage, a decline, right? A deeper decline to retrace a decent portion of this move to the upside. However, I don't think that's there yet. I'm working with this numbering at the moment. So I'm thinking there is space to the downside. Maybe it's an idea to try and short it towards the areas I want to go long. I'm not going to jump in where price is currently. So I'm going to go now, once you've seen obviously what I'm talking about here on the higher time frame, just zoom into where price currently is. You can see I've run these internal little angles over here. It's basically just a ray that I've drawn, parallel to one of my median lines and just projected them to these internal areas where prices basically missed that median line previously. So I'm nitpicking, as Tiger would say, right? You can even see at the same angle how these highs, get rid of that just momentarily, all sort of found resistance at the same angle, even on the downside, I believe, right? Again, subjectivity involved, but what you want to see visually using market geometry is some sort of how can I say, support and resistance stepping in at the same angles, even within the internals of your pitchforks, upper, lower, median lines, and center median lines, if that makes sense. All right, so where are we at right now today? We had this bounce. I'm going to, again, move down to 5 minutes in just a moment. We do have a fair value gap that price just tagged, right? Right over there. Now it's time to go to the 5 minutes, for example. Well, I'm going to go to the 5 minutes. It's a little bit of a steep drop from the 4 hour, but I just want to bring some of my indicators back here. Now, I want to kick myself on this one. This is something you will often see as soon as London opens, which is actually at 9 a.m. Eastern, I believe, right?
New York?
That is actually an hour later.
New York.
So what happens here, and you'll see this quite often, is you see how it ran the Asian lows here. Now I'm talking about the FTSE here, guys, so not on the currency side of things. Took out the Asian low, boom, straight back to the upside. Has not taken out Asian high and yesterday's PM's high of the New York session, right? So we also pulled into that fair value gap that I've just mentioned. Maybe I should make those lines a little bit thicker, which is just tagged. And now we're seeing a little bit of a decline. So I'll be interested in actually taking a short towards that area to the downside. That's 0.382% retracement that I've shown you on the higher time frame. Still assuming that price might hit this median line or actually, also break that fourth wave internal wave of the third wave. Again, lots of words full of analysis that some people might not be familiar with, especially when it comes to elite wave analysis. But these internal waves typically all react very similarly to during trending markets and during corrections, all right? So it's that repetitive price behavior that you typically see. And the reason that we still haven't breached that on the 4 hour, this fourth wave over here, leads me to believe we can actually still pull back a little bit deeper. And I think that also aligns with what you said on the NASDAQ, right? Now, NASDAQ and the FTSE, not the same markets, but I believe if NASDAQ starts moving even lower, it might start affecting the FTSE as well, right? Although that being said, the FTSE moved strongly downwards yesterday when the NASDAQ was up, but eventually the NASDAQ started reversing lower as well. But in any case, so game plan for a trade, ideally for me, would be to wait for a deeper retracement like this, something like this. Give me like a 3-wave sequence, and then maybe I'll attempt to trade to the downside. But then also have that willingness to trade to the upside for, let's say, a little bit of a longer hold, right? Maybe a bit of more of a swing trade, assuming that that 5th wave has then actually taken hold. So my price might actually move in deeper into this area still. Again, if I switch to the 4-hour time frame, how high can it potentially go if my analysis is correct? Well, pretty high, right? It could go to this median line over here, slightly above the upper limit of this fair value gap. So I might be wrong. Price might just shoot up from here, but that's what I'm thinking. That's what I would like to see. And again, guys, if you do the analysis and things do follow your analysis and what you like to see, then you need to execute, right? Without fear, which is
100%.
what I'm trying to do with my game plan. So
That's beautiful.
any thoughts on that,
though.
guys? I don't know what you're thinking.
Beautiful. I mean, yeah, you got the market manipulation on either side of both those time zones. So, hit your fair value gap.
I mean,
drop her down.
Mm-hmm. Now, this little wick over here is a little bit irritating, but I'm going to avoid it for a little bit. So, since this is one sharp move to the upside, it's going to be very difficult to draw market geometry here. So you can always step back and look at what's the 3 most prominent anchor points prior to the strong upwards move over here. Well, it could now be this one, or it could be that one. We could use both. Doesn't really matter, right? Again, subjectivity involved here. And that'll be our 3rd anchor point, and it can just change the setting that actually for the price action a bit better. And it'll probably be your standard original pitchfork. And you can see that price has now hit that upper median line. And it's now also bouncing from this internal 50% dash median line there. All right. Is this now it? I don't know. Don't think so. Maybe a little bit higher. Using this high, then price has already hit it or actually extended above it. So again, this is how you visually decide which anchor points to use. There's no 100%, but you can always thumbs up which ones to use, right? But it's a visual tool, so try to play around with the anchor points until you see which ones price has, which of these angles, using those specific anchor points, price has been respecting the best, right? So that's it. A little bit higher up here into that area, or failure, maybe then a decline, a change in structure. All of those things could potentially, be early indications that price is then getting ready to move lower again. If it's going to move lower, right? Again, might be completely wrong, but that is the analysis, and that is what I'm going to stick for the time being. All right. So that's
pitchforks are quite powerful looking when you start playing around with it. I agree. It's not something I ever used, but over the last year or so, I just started playing around with it, just doing some back testing. And I mean, regardless of the time zones, it's like it's pretty crazy how it picks those tops and bottoms at times. So it can definitely be a powerful.
It can be very powerful as a timing tool as well, especially when you. Let's say, for example, price creeps up, and now we have this upward sloping pitchfork and this one over here. There where we meet. It's not always true, but could be, for example, a time window of interest. If price were to, move into that area where you've got 2 different angles that intersect. But again, using this in a framework of a bit of Elliott wave analysis, the market geometry, as well as your fair value gaps and those sort of stuff, all in combination, it can tell a story and really help you to try and to fine tune those areas that you want to trade in. All right,
but I love your terminology, market geometry.
Market. Yeah, so a lot of symmetry also involved here. I mean, a lot of times I've shown you how you, for example, wait, the 0.3 at 2% retracement is typically a fourth wave retracement area. You can have symmetry and ranges as well, which I haven't done here yet. Let's quickly have a look at a FIP extension. First wave higher to second wave low. And you'll see that we got a real expansive third wave over here, which is typically what they do in the strong market. Then if you get a fifth wave, then typically, when you think you're getting a fifth wave, then they typically extend the same distance as your first wave. So especially when you're dealing with markets that's making all-time highs, and you just have no structure to the left, or historical price action to look at, where you can use technicals, or like it's going to reach a high, you want to place a target there, or stuff like that, then just using some very basic Elliott wave analysis and understanding the measured moves that these waves typically make, the expansions they typically like to target, and so forth, and they make actually really excellent targets to aim for, if that makes sense, right? Not always, but a high percentage of the time, for sure. All right, so that's the FTSE. Let me just save that. I just want to jump on over to a higher time frame here. Crude oil, I've deleted quite a lot of these things here. I'm still thinking, and we were talking about this yesterday, that let me just jump to a 1 hour. I think it's going to show better. That we've seen some sort of a double A, B, C, W, X, Y wave, potentially. So in the near term, should I say, almost for escape my mind there, I'm bearish on crude oil. It's now just about finding the right area to potentially go short here. I think we might be gunning again for these lows after this very strong drop that ended here on the 24th of June. And I think once we take that out, then potentially I could be swinging to the bullish side of things. Because if you look at the bullish side of things, I'm thinking this is... Remember, we looked yesterday at that huge, just draw that again, descending triangle. And after that descending triangle break, I mentioned that typically triangles are a penultimate corrective structure in trending environment. We might just be heading down for one more drop, don't know, into these areas before we then actually start seeing high prices in crude. Well, that's my thinking. Whether that's going to happen or not 100% sure. I believe today is crude oil inventories as well, right? Generally comes out at, I think, 10:30, somewhere around there. So there'll be also something to look out for. And that's Eastern Standard Time, so it'll be after today's session. Maybe we can pick things up and see where price is tomorrow when we get on back to the FOREX FIRE session that we guys do. Right. Gold.
Oh, yeah, we had that. It looks like they're projecting negative 1.8 million on crude oil today.
Brilliant. What time was that again? 10.
9:30 Central. 10:30
Central
Eastern.
10 Eastern.
9:30. Yeah, 9:30
Gotcha.
Central.
Yeah. Just to go quickly over gold. Again, I've went over this quite extensively yesterday. I'm still thinking that gold is stuck within an incomplete, or very close to probably nearing the end, should I say, of a triangle formation. Now, whether that's ascending or like that, or symmetrical triangle, I think that the outcome here could still be bullish. I got an alternative count to this, and that was that larger very volatile expanded flat correction that I talked about. I won't go through that today too much. Maybe if we have a bit of time later on. But this is still my operating idea, if that makes sense. So whether it's ascending or descending, price has moved into this block over here, which is a timing block that I've basically created using a pitchfork that I basically sloped on what I believe is an ABC to the upside, a simple zigzag. I just want to zoom into this a bit better. And you can see that's not the right setting to use. Quickly, those interested in using pitchforks, shift pitchfork setting is my go-to setting when I believe I'm using or dealing with a correction. Just a quick tidbit there for you guys. The pitchfork was invented by Dr. Alan Andrews, right? And he had a student, I believe, that attended one of his lectures. I think so the story goes. I can't remember his name, but his surname was Schiff. And he proposed that the Alan Andrews setting could be adjusted to fit flatter angled markets, if that makes sense. Obviously, trends typically very steep in their angles or very sharp angles or declines, where your corrections are got more flatter angles, right? So instead of that, price is not contained within the boundaries of it. If you're dealing with a correction, the shift setting is probably the right one to use. And you can see price already on the internals here, found resistance there. Now it's bouncing at this lower one over here. The question now is, since price did peak above that what I propose is an A wave, was that it? Technically it could be. It fell short of that median line. And it's not always going to follow the way, market geometry suggests. But we have to assume that it could be. And if that is the case, this might be the case where the D is in and the E is getting very close to completion. And we might be sooner rather than later get that upwards move, assuming that this whole entire analysis proves to be correct. I'm just not thinking that it is yet. I won't be surprised if we move higher a little bit more. What's your sentiment saying there on your side about gold?
Gold,
Tiger?
I believe it was a 2 or a 3. Let me double check. Oh, actually, it's a 4. So, yeah, it's a 4. So just still technically neutral. But, yeah, I just need one more piece of news, negative for the dollar, in order for gold to go to a 5. So we have obviously at 7:30 today, we got the core PPI. So we got the producer price index coming out.
Correct.
Now it's projected. It's actually projected to be a little warmer than the last month. So from 0.1 to 0.2 on both the month over month and the core month over month. So if we get a miss on dollar, if we get a miss on PPI, then that's going to obviously add a point or two to the gold bias.
Gotcha.
Then that would put it into a 5 or higher, which is bullish.
You see, like I say, I'm still bullish here. It's just, it's when is this mess going to end? I'm trying to make sense of that mess. Gold can get into very long-term triangles. We can just go back to.
It can.
What a mess it is! Yeah,
this formation. Where was this? That's not looking.
That's a 2-month mess, huh?
Look at this.
Yeah.
This was, was this a triangle? I can't remember, but it was. And gold also likes its triangles. There was one over here. Just visually looking at that. But whether this was a triangle or not, maybe just an ABC. It took quite a long time, right, for this to end before we had liftoff to the moon. So I won't be surprised, just from a timing perspective, that this D wave, assuming that it is a triangle, is over yet. I think it might just still drag its feet for quite some time. I won't be surprised if that happens in gold.
Yeah, I mean
All right,
that
so
that mess you're talking about. When I look at the master pattern on a 1 week time frame, I mean it's just a big box around the last. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks. So just one big orange box, meaning it's getting chopped to pieces. Meaning leave. I don't care
absolutely.
which direction, but preferably leave the north end of that box so that we can start getting the contraction or the expansion legs. That's really what I'm after.
One
So
study I've seen a while back about triangles is to use a sine wave. Now, we got a sine wave tool applied to the chart, basically starting from the point where I believe this triangle started from to the point where I believe the A wave is, and that creates a sine wave. Now, very often you can go play around with this on your own. If you think you're dealing with a triangle, very often your B's and your C's and your D's will get very close to the peaks or the troughs of these sine waves. If they actually do not occur at the peaks or the troughs, this one's very close, right? And they break out of the trough of this side peak, that's also an indication that the B wave has, for example, it's in, if that makes sense. It could be a trough here. This could mean that it's over, but we're still sitting with a sine wave over here. Again, guys, it shouldn't be used as investment advice. It's really cool to see how some of these different technical tools that you've probably seen gathering dust there in your drawing tool section of your trading platform do actually have some sort of uses, right? And now it can actually be applied. But again, it's probably in the eye of the beholder. It's just I thought I'll show you something that's pretty interesting. In the near term, I'm still bullish actually on gold. I don't think this D wave's over, just by the amount of time that it actually took. A wave took this long, B wave took that long, C wave a little bit short. Maybe the C wave is still underway. That's also a possibility, where it still wants to do this. And then the C wave moves here. I wouldn't even be surprised if that happens. Right? So, I don't know if there's much news coming out anymore about the wars. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention.
It's been kind of quiet on that front. Yeah.
You see, now all of this happens, and it also coincides with this thing is just going to, whipsaw them for much longer, especially the gold traders. And, until something happens. And then, the fear comes back into the markets. I mean, all these numbers that came out, CPI, all that sort of stuff, it's looking pretty good. I mean, just looking at your sentiment numbers on the indices and so forth, complacency is definitely at all-time highs. And, I think that should scare the guys that's actually been trading for a very long time, because complacency is, the mother of all bulls ups. But it can also go on for a very long time. So, that's also reflected in gold. Gold can just move sideways and just chop for ages and ages and ages until something happens. It gives us one more peak to the upside. I don't know. Something gets it going or proves me completely wrong about this pattern. But let's see. Very interesting times indeed.
For sure.
Yeah.
Right, guys. That's it from my side for the analysis. Maybe I can pass it on to you. I also just want to have a quick 5-minute break, if that's okay. Just restock on the Java. And,
that's right.
I come back and then hopefully nail some trades.
Sweet.
Get the wakey juice.
The wakey juice.
The wakey juice. Wake juice.
All right. Does one of you guys want to go first?
Sure thing.
Or not first?
Michael, you got anything? You got anything rolling at the moment?
Not too much. I'm actually looking. I don't really see much. This AF is pretty much my trade. I'll go through the charts though and kind of point out why I don't like anything else. Nothing else
Oh,
pretty close.
Which is also analysis, right?
Yeah,
Awesome.
for sure, for
Right,
sure.
guys, I'll
But
be
yeah, we can
back in
get my
just a
screen
short
up.
little
That'd be
while.
great.
sounds good.
Cheers.
Cool. I'll go ahead and share my screen here.
Yeah, I was just looking at the VIX there for a second. Like he was saying, the complacency. I mean, it's anytime you're down in that area, the 17 area on the VIX, it's kind of boring. It's not as exciting as
To say the
when
least.
the VIX is sky high.
Right. Cool, cool. So yeah, I'll just kind of go through the cool thing I think, and maybe we're kind of similar in this aspect of sometimes when I'm going through my pairs, because obviously similar to you, once again, we have a lot to go through, right? Like definitely a decent amount of pairs. I think there's about 30. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 on EA. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 on AC, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Yeah, 37. And I'll take off 2 for crude and then for the peso. So about, 35 different pairs to go through. But about the setups and the style, right? Like, a lot of the times, although it's a lot of pairs, a lot of these is nothing close, similar to how it is today. Like sometimes I'll have like out of these, let's say 35, it'll be 3 or 4 that's like pretty close, and I kind of got to focus on those. And then other days, like today, it was like, nothing is even close except this one trade.
Yeah.
Now, there's been times where I'll not marry it, but I'm so focused on that, and I think nothing else is close. And I'll like not continue to sift through the charts, which is a mistake. So I always still like to do this every hour or two, just to set up some new alerts, take off old alerts, just to kind of see if things have changed. So yeah, I'll just kind of walk through my process of doing that here now.
Yeah.
Um,
Sounds great.
right. So starting with NAS 100 at the very top with the indices, this is nothing. This is very, very far away. It'll probably be these top 3 that's going to be far away. So NAS 100, US 30, S&P 500, probably pretty far away. But these are so high, I'm not really interested in longs at this point. I'll be much more interested in shorts. Right, like we can get some type of topping out here, retest this, right? And what I would really want to see is if you can kind of notice that the 50 and the 200 are just pretty far apart. This 50, 100, 50, 200 is kind of, above it, and it's been like this for a minute. So what I would really like to see actually is for these to cross to the downside, right? Something like this, right? Then price to kind of come down and give me that M off that 200 EMA and then drop to this level. Right, simultaneously, the market baseline will go below the static, back above for the reload. The reload here. And then that move will look something like this, obviously. All right, just put your stops above this swing point, and I'm looking for this move here, short this way. This is obviously not happening. So this would be a pass altogether, which is why it is. And then the next 2, US 30 and okay, so this actually looks a little bit different. US 30, as you can see from this top here, we had the 50 and the 200 EMA spaced out pretty far, right? This is an easy sign that we're in level 3. I can easily see this. And then secondly, we have this 5200 cross, right? Fresh 5200 cross, which is always good. Right, so once we got this here, My next move would be same exact thing, looking for some type of M structure off of this 200 EMA, going back down to the downside. Right, probably will take this all the way down here. As I mentioned, I always like to target the ADR lows. So here, all right, simultaneously, the market baseline is below the static now. So for a short, we needed to do that reload once again. So coming back up here, do something kind of like this. Right. And that move will look something like this. This one will be pretty nice, actually, because the R to R is pretty decent. So more of a move like this one, this particular setup. Right. So this isn't happening today, obviously. If it did, it'll take a minute for it to happen. So not really interested in US 30 at all. So that is a pass as well. Moving along, next we got the S&P 500. S&P looks more like NAS 100 to me. Reason being is you can see that the 50 is still above the 200, right? It's been that way for a minute. So similarly, I will want to see this top out as well, right? Maybe get something like this. You can see that the 5200 are attempting to cross. So maybe we can get something like that, right? Price comes on down and then comes back and give me that M structure off that 200 EMA and then drop down to this 800. Right, simultaneously, market baseline will go below the static, back above for that reload. Remember, always has to have the reload on the M's and W's. That's the only one that requires that out of my 5 setups. But on the M's and W's, it is a must. Have to have that. No reload, no trade. Because that means they haven't activated those orders yet. And if you jump in early, you're going to be early to the party and get stopped out. So we're going to get that reload. But yeah, this will be something I'm looking for for S&P 500, which of course that'll take a minute. So I'm not interested in that either. Next up will be gold. Now gold is slightly less than, for the simple fact that we have this first 5200 cross here. All right, so that lets me know that I'm in level 2. And then that I'm looking for some type of W structure off this 200 EMA going back long. All right. Simultaneously, we have this market baseline already below the static, so that's fine. We just want it to actually continue to be lower and then sweep around. All right, because it's already below it, so that's good. We just want it to stay down here while the chart actually, in essence, catches up. It kind of does its own thing. All right, and this move will look more like this. Yeah, gotta have the reload. So gold's not too bad. Looked like we got that first leg over here, and I can tell that because if you look at the TDI down here, you can see that the RSI line is outside the band right there. So we're just looking for another one that's inside the band, and boom, we're good to go. So we'll watch out for gold. Obviously, that's not happening just yet, so this is a pass for today as well. Silver. So silver looks really weird. We do have the cross back here, 5200 cross here. This just looks really funny. This is something I wouldn't even mark up. If I have to squint and look at this all weird like this, it's just not it. This is really
trying too hard
move to take. Exactly. My moves just stand out very, very clear. I don't have to look for them. It's evident. Right. So,
your dance moves or your trading moves?
What was that?
Your dance moves?
Oh man, I got 2 left feet.
You look like a guy that can throw some shapes on the dance floor, that's for sure.
Man, looks can be deceiving, as they say.
That's great.
Seriously, you should see
They don't
me at
get too
salsa night.
complex
I'm
in
like, how are you
Mexico.
doing that?
Yeah, a little
No,
salsa.
you got the little steps. That's about it. Now
That's it.
that's a
Just
little bit
simple.
easier. It's not too much.
Uh,
Right.
I remember those
But
days.
yeah, so this one I wouldn't be too interested in. Next up is let's see. Oh, like why is my screen not moving forward? All right, let me take this off here. Next up would be crude oil. I don't really trade this. It's kind of difficult. I told you guys yesterday I got smashed by crude oil so quick and so fast one day. I was like, whoa, that was way too fast. So kind of like the peso. I really just like to look at it. Although
The
we do
peso.
have something here. Not that I would trade this, but you do see the 5200 cross here. And we do have this huge M structure off this 200 EMA. Maybe we can get something like this where this moves, comes back and bounces off this 50 and then drops. Maybe. If that happened, that might not be too bad of a setup. You have to see what it looks like on the hard right edge. But I'm going to leave that alone. I'm not going to touch crude oil. Bitcoin is super interesting. Now, I would never trade this short, but this is close to it, guys, which is super interesting. Even when I see my setup on Bitcoin short, I won't take it. Because to me, the world sees Bitcoin as long, and I'm not trying to get a short squeeze, basically. So I don't ever trade it short.
Right.
Now this is a
As we
funky
said.
looking kind of pattern, but it is here, right? So you got this. You have this 1350 cross right here, right? So the next move in this cycle would be for this to run down how it's done, give that move off this 50 EMA, and then short towards the 200 EMA, right? This is actually exactly how you want to take it, but once again, I wouldn't short this. Now, if this happened on the long side, I would gladly trade Bitcoin to the upside, but not to the downside.
Right.
So even if this did come back down, made a perfect structure short, I wouldn't touch it just because. I would leave it alone.
Sit on them hands.
Yep. I literally only have Bitcoin up here to look to take long trades, not short trades.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, me too. I've never shorted Bitcoin or gold, personally.
Yeah, it's because it's just one of those things where, yeah, I feel like the world sees it as long, and that's the last thing I'm trying to do. Like the rest of everything else, it's interpretation. It could be long, it could be short. But in my personal opinion, I just think everyone wants to buy that. No one really wants to sell Bitcoin or gold. They want to buy it. So I want to be on that fundamental sentiment and trade it when it, one of my patterns sets up. So I wouldn't short either one of them. Well, yeah, moving along here, we got the peso finally getting some strength back up here. Back at 1881, which is not bad. So for me, that's good. I really want to see this thing over $20. Once it's over $20, it's kind of great. See, let's back this thing up. Yeah, once it's over 20, for one, the math is easy to do. $1 is just $20, but when it's like 18 and 17, to be honest, I got to pull out my calculator. I'll typically just round prices. It'll keep it at $20 anyway, and just know it's a little bit more expensive than that. So that's kind of how I keep it. Then I do just want to set an alert here back for $20. This was above 20 for the longest time, and then obviously the lower the peso gets, the more expensive things get for me here. It's not much, but
Yeah.
it is a slight difference. So
All right.
20 is a nice round number. And yeah, everything is just like great when it's at $20. So cool. I'll just put that there. So yeah, no real analysis on that. So I just look at it for conversion purposes. And then cool. Let's get into the forex pair. So this was a little unsettling for the simple fact that I was hoping that it made the move before, but this is now a past. All right, so I got this alert on here that says check this out. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off because it's no longer valid. I was hoping that it did more of a move like this, right? Where we got this M. I wanted it to come down here, give me this M structure off the 200, and then drop. I think I might have mentioned to you guys that this would be the trade of the week if it happened. But unfortunately, it didn't, right? Because for me, once the EMAs are spread out like this and it's 1350 crosses, price really wants to go towards the 200 EMA. Like whether it's the long side or the short side, the same setup. This is why this is my master setup. Master trade is what it's called, and my highest probability trade, right? But when it does this move where the 1350 crosses and then price just runs towards the 200 and then never pulls back to the 50, there's no way for me to really get in. Like the setup never confirmed. So kind of sucks a little bit, but it is what it is. Now it is a total pass on Euro USD. Next up is EJ has just been going to the moon. So this is literally nowhere near a setup. As you can see, the 50 has been above the 200. It looks like since the 2000s. Right? Like this thing is just ridiculous. There's no point in me keep going back. If this is so far away from taking a trade. Out of all 35 different pairs that I look at, this is probably dead last on the list. Like this is way too high. So this is absolutely nothing. I'll go ahead and pass on this one altogether.
Well, it's funny.
It's
funny you say that, Michael. I just literally got an alert on EJ.
What, a breaking all-time high alert or something?
Well, it did just drop into a 10-minute demand zone. So, yeah, it's what I'm going to look at here over the next 10 minutes or so and see if I get some type, or 15 minutes, see if I get some type of trigger candle coming out on a smaller time frame.
Back to the upside.
Yeah. Because I mean, when I for my top setups, I'm getting a score of a 6 fundamentally. So, yeah, this will be one I'll monitor here over the next 15 minutes. See if I can get any type of trigger candle. I'll let you guys know.
Gotcha. Yeah, let me know. I'll pass it right to you.
Yeah,
I'll pass it right to you. Well, okay, cool. So next up, EuroCAD. And this is, like, you guys will notice how everything I'm saying out loud, this is exactly like my process that I go through in my head. I'm just saying it out loud, right? So as soon as I come to this, I can easily see this 5,200 cross, right? The 50 was above the 200 at all of this time. And then all of a sudden, right over here, it switched. So this tells me right away that this is in level 2, and I'm looking for shorts. Not just shorts, I'm looking for that M structure off the 200 with those, my signature 2 things, which would be the chart, give me that M off the 200 going towards this 800/ADR low. And simultaneously, if you look here, you can see that the market baseline has gone below the static, right? So there's no reload. So we would need price to come up give it that reload, and then drop. Price would need to do all of that on the chart, and then the TDI would need to do this at the TDI here. So this is what I would be looking for on this particular move. Now this one might be a little tight for the simple fact. Oh, never mind. No, it's not. It's a 275. So yeah, I'll be looking for a move that looks like this for this for me to trade this. All right, that'll probably take a second to happen. Today's already Wednesday. This might not ever happen at all, or maybe not until next week. Right, so nothing there. This is going to be a pass for today. It's funny we have enough time for me to literally go through all of these pairs like this.
Nope. Starting to get a little rain stuff shower here where I'm at.
Yeah, we had a little bit right when I was going to bed. We have these, we call them skylights. It's like a piece of, I guess, whatever material it is in the ceiling. So it like lets the natural light in. Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool actually here.
Yeah. But translucent.
When it rains, man, is it loud. Like you can easily hear it in your sleep. So sometimes, like, you know, you just get into bed, it sounds like it's a meteor shower outside.
Well, that's something I wish we had here in more of the houses in the U.S. But yeah, I remember that about Mexico. It seemed like every house I went in had those translucent lights like that.
Mm-hmm. It's just a nice way they let all the lights in. Yep. Like I'll literally be in the bathroom and, you know, naturally you try to cut the light on, but it's so bright in there, you don't even have to. Mm-hmm. And then when you leave it out, you think the light's on and it's not. So yes,
that's what I need in my bedroom because my wall is so dark. I got 5 lights on and it sucks away all the lights, so it looks like my lights are off. But I'll get that fixed.
Right. Right. Moving along here. Same thing with your NZD. I wouldn't be interested in this at all. Reason being is, for one, the move was all the way back here. Looks like I already have already kind of have this set up. So when I have the 5,200 cross initially, I'm only taking that first W or M off the 200. And this is super interesting that I even still have this on here because this is crystal clear, right? 5,200 cross, you got that W structure, which you can easily see here. First leg over here, closed up above, second leg here, retested this same, right, on the TDI. Mm-hmm. All right, market baseline went below the static for this reload. And what happens? As soon as price closes above this 13 EMA over here, it skyrockets. It went parabolic, right after the move confirmed. And this is exactly what I mean when I say I literally don't mind waiting for my setup because I don't want to jump in early, be sitting through drawdown, possibly have to close it because it didn't confirm all the way. Yeah, that sucks, right? Like it sucks. Mm-hmm. I actually hate that. And I also know that if I just wait, if I just be patient, when the move does confirm, it typically runs almost right away, right? Like clearly that doesn't happen all the time.
And that's a nice feeling to have.
Yeah. I'm literally not incentivized one bit to jump in early. I'm actually incentivized to wait. So
gotcha.
This is a perfect example. But yeah, for me, right, once this happens, I'm only taking the first W after the 5,200 cross with the reload. That's it. So everything else, even though we got all of these touches to the 2, to me, this is just noise. This is nothing. I wouldn't take any of these. All right, even this here, like this is the second or third W. I'm not interested in this at all. Like I'm leaving this all alone. Right, so when we get all the way over here to the hard right edge, this is nothing for me. The move has already happened. The next move that I would be looking for in that cycle, trading back to the downside. And if nothing sets up back to the downside, there's no trade for me. It's really just as simple as that. Now I could see something like this. We would call this like a 22 setup, right? Because it's two legs over here, two legs over here. I wouldn't be interested in this until the 5200 crossed to the downside, of course. Price has gone down, broken this level here, right? And then came back up and give me that M structure off the 200, then back down to the 800. Simultaneously, market baseline going below the static, back above for that reload, right? I'm sure by now you guys notice I'm saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Like
consistency is the key.
Yeah, not one thing is changing about any of this. Now there might be small nuances that when we get to those, I'll point them out. But outside of this, it's the same thing every day. Like I can see this with my eyes closed, basically.
Rinse and repeat.
It's almost ridiculous. Right? So how this price is all the way up here, I'm not interested in it one bit. It needs to do this, as I just mentioned. If it does this, I'll be highly interested at this point. Right? But that'll take forever to happen. So for now, this is a pass. Next up, we have Euro GBP. I think we talked about this one maybe last week or earlier this week, Tiger, about how it doesn't move much, but the moves are worth a decent amount. Same thing here, guys. If you're just looking at this, you can see prices all above this 200. Yeah, we got some funny kind of semi-crossed here, but this kind of doesn't count because it didn't cross the other way. It just kind of touched and again maintained the same direction. If I have to go all the way back and scroll all the way back here like this is not good. Like this is way too far back. So this tells me right away, this is nothing. This is way too high already. I'm not touching this trade to the long side. I would only be interested in it when it turns around and goes the other way. So that M structure with the peak, right? 5,200 would end up crossing somewhere over here. All right. And I want to see price come down again, come up, give me that M structure, drop towards this 800 EMA. Market baseline go below the static, back above for that reload. All right.
You're nothing.
Yeah, this is nothing. This is noise. Noise.
Blah, 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 blah. Yep.
Yeah, that's all it's saying. Not saying anything. So until it does this, I don't even care about this setup. Right. And the cool thing about this is like, you know exactly what you're looking for. Because again, once you can identify where you are in the cycle, I preach that all the time. Like that's the most important part. Like to me, it's just knowing where you are. Like as soon as I come in here, I can easily within 2 seconds see that this is the 5,200 cross. I know exactly where I am. I'm in level 2, looking for M's off the 200.
Gotcha.
Right. Once this cross, you can see price has not touched the 200 just yet.
I want to place an order here quickly on FTSE.
Yeah.
I think we might get one more push higher. Trying to stick with the actual morning trend, which is still bullish in my opinion. I'm ready to pull the trigger, but I'm still waiting for a little bit more confirmation here. So if I could just show my screen quickly, it'll be awesome.
Maybe right behind you with EJ.
Nice.
Possible. On this.
So we got this little zigzag lower. I'll show you a bit later on the other chart how it hit that upper median line. But it just looks like a little correction to me. We had a inverted fair value gap. So on the way down, broke this previous low. And price has now been testing it. There's also a 50% dashed median line that runs through this area. I want a little bit more confirmation. It might give me a slightly worse entry. You also have to consider the spread here. But I want to see if price can actually break above this high, and then I think I'll pull the trigger. Right, I'm just going to risk a quarter. Stop loss goes down here. Now, obviously, enter. It depends where I enter. And I'll be going for near to a 2-to-1 risk reward. So
Nice.
that is the setup. But if it doesn't break here, I'm also in the back of my own mind thinking we could be heading lower to the bigger time frame levels that I've been mentioning earlier on. But I don't think this upward move is done just yet.
Yeah, I was so annoyed on the UK. It did drop. I was looking. It did hit an actual demand zone. I don't know that I pointed out earlier, but looking back on it, like, let's see, where was that anyway? That was down at the, I think it was a 15-minute. Yeah, 15-minute. Just beautiful. Like, it obviously chewed through the initial ones we were looking at yesterday morning. But yeah, it hit one just below all the structure to the left from Friday and Sunday
Gotcha.
and Monday, and then bounced beautifully. But anyway. Yep. No trigger candles for me yet.
You see now it doesn't want to go up or it doesn't want to go down. So a little bit of indecision here at the moment.
No. Wicks on both sides, huh?
Mm-hmm. So that's that median line that price hit. We have an ABC. The problem with, you don't know this is ABC yet until price obviously breaks above that high again. If I'm wrong about this and price heads lower, right, then we're potentially going to have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leading diagonal that could kick off that bigger move that I'm expecting potentially to the downside. So that's why, it is at an area, inverted fair value gap. Is it going to hold? It's already been mitigated. Mitigated, obviously it broke through it, but then becomes an inverse fair value gap. We have that upward sloping dashed median line. It's been acting as resistance or support a little bit. But if we break this now again without that additional confirmation, and it breaks these most recent lows, then I'm going to swing bearish for the time being. Hopefully pull off a trade during the session. Because then we either have an ABC X with another ABC, so lower prices to follow, or a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leading diagonal correction higher, and then a deeper move to downwards. Again, this is now on the 5 minute, right? You have to jump back here to the 4 hour. This is still an area that price might be moving towards. So if I go short, this would probably be a very, very, very high risk reward ratio trade to take, or a highly rewarding trade, put it that way. Potentially rewarding.
All right.
But let's see, I'm just not getting that confirmation. Murphy's Law, as always. Got to be a bit more patient.
Yep, that's the battle I'm fighting right now. Not too bad of a battle because, I got RSI not quite matching up yet. Not yet, anyway. Getting a little divergence. Yeah, like I mentioned before, when price hits my zones, I want it to move quick. If it dilly-dallies, I start losing interest quick.
Yeah.
Still quite early. Still quite early on this one that I'm looking
at. Here we go. Like yesterday. Hurry up and wait.
Michael's 2-hour sideways trade
Right.
that he had.
Looks good though. If you can get a close above like that last little structure right there, like you got that.
Mm,
Yeah, I mean that would be even better. But even if you can just, well, if you scroll down just a little bit, because like the last green candle and that green candle before,
this
if
one.
you can get a close above that little area, that'll be pretty nice.
Above this one. Oops.
Yep. So above the body, but below the wicks. If you close above the wicks, that's even better. But definitely above the
Above the
body
close,
a little
yeah, of
bit.
course. So above the closing
Yeah.
price, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like this indecision. But anyway, it is on a small time frame, so maybe not something to write home about as yet. Um,
Let's see. If you can get a nice close with some body, that'll be a nice candlestick pattern.
yeah, so at the moment, price is respecting that, as well as the fair value gap, the inverted fair value gap.
Iron
But
ore.
internally, or the back of my mind, if we do make a new low from here and I don't take a trade, that would actually be the better bet, setup for me to try and maybe take a larger swing trade to the downside, aligning with the higher time frame there. But still want to be bullish, right? So short towards the area and then bullish out of it. Hit that reverse button.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I got percent. EJ. Oh, I got a piece of news on that. What do we got? Oh, it's
What is
too far.
going on now, footsie?
Oh yeah, it's definitely bouncing around.
Mm.
Sometimes these candles look like, when you watch basketball and they're just like, instead of them passing the ball or shooting, they're just dribbling for like 30 minutes in front of your face, and you're like, dude, just pass the ball or shoot it. Don't just
Pass or
stand
shoot.
here
That's why,
Yep.
dancing.
yeah, that's why I watch rugby.
This is
Rugby.
Enough action to go on.
Yep.
What do you mean?
yeah.
We're the world champs.
I feel like that's pretty tough sport. Yeah.
Oh yeah, big time. That's
Are
huge in
there
South Africa.
very many NFL football players that go to rugby? I've never heard of them, but I've heard of rugby players
No,
coming here.
recently there's been that guy from Wales, Louis Rees Zammit or something. I don't know.
Oh
Louis
yeah.
Zammit,
He actually
but,
was in training camp here in Kansas City for the Chiefs last year,
no.
and then I think he ended up getting cut and went to some other team, Jaguars or something. But yeah, I mean, he just had the shape of a rugby player. I mean, they have a distinct shape. They're like
for sure. They're built in a different way. I mean, that real
fitter
bashing
versions of
type of
NFL
running.
linebackers or something. Reese Samet, that was it.
Oh dear.
Just giving you all kinds of wicks. That's
I'm
pretty
even gonna
much
go less risky.
that's the same thing as the Euro Japanese is giving me right now. Just touching the zone, the demand zone, but I'm getting wicks above, wicks below. 1 minute RSI is diverging, which is good, but I'm still getting.
I do not
deeper.
like that indecision. So there we go. Got a little bit of a break.
A little bit, yeah.
We can get a nice
All
close up
closes
there.
sort of like the midpoint of that fair value gap. And I'm just considering the spread here, guys, because if I enter here, I'll need a little bit of a pullback here. So my longer bias in the short term, very near term, is still bearish, but I'm willing to, in a very, very, very near term, still trade to the upside. Still expecting that we might get those low prices. The green area of the what's it, Hungarian flag.
Yep.
There you go.
Diddling a little bit here in the red area.
Let's close here or above this price.
I'm gonna hit very soon. I'm sitting here like casino, Just give me one tick lower so I can get in. Again, not risking too much. It's not a big trade. Got a bit more of a very, very short-term type of outlook on this. There we go. I'm going in. All right, I'm in. 6.7 lots, it turns out. So a long one, 6.7 lots FTSE. Stop loss at 8949. And I have to adjust my target a little bit higher. What I want to do with this target actually is I might move it a little bit higher. I will not move it lower. If price does make its way above, let's say this little swing over here, I'll start reducing the risk a little bit on this. I want to be quite aggressive. All right. So I just want to type that in.
Well, we are more than 50% through my zone, so I may be ignoring it. Might be safe again. So far.
Yeah, well, I'll find out very soon if I'm wrong about this. So, again, risking a very small amount here. If you have to jump to the higher time frame chart, stops located here. If we do now get another, and I'm wrong about this, a move lower, it doesn't go up from here. When we get a 5 wave or a 5th wave move, then this might be a leading diagonal or the first A wave of a double zigzag. And then a move up. But we did hit that sort of zone I talked about earlier. We also have that upward sloping median line. But yeah, I think we could go a little bit higher, hopefully. Be nice if price could actually get up into around about 8969, 8970 area and then start seeing a decline. But then again, this might happen after the morning session if we do get a decline, right? Price might just shoot up from here. Obviously, it'll be great for my trade, but it'll be nice to actually get long down here. I think that is the better potential 4th wave sort of, ending type of idea. Price gets in there, maybe switch to a higher time frame like a 4-hour, like yourself, Tiger, and Michael, wait for some sort of confirmation and get in.
Yeah, 89.10 looks great. I mean, that's that former resistance. Like you mentioned there. Former resistance over on is that June 18th area, or no, June 16th area, 12th, 16th.
13th,
former high point.
This one here, or support, you mean?
Yeah, former resistance
16?
turned potential support. Yeah, 92.
Gotcha. Yeah.
or I'm sorry, 8909. I'm sorry, I'm looking a little deeper.
89, round about here.
Yeah, I'm looking a little
For
deeper
sure.
from the actually March. I should say March high point, March 3rd. Just looking further back in time, anyway.
Oh, these highs here.
Yeah, those two actually. But and even if you go further back to March 3rd, there's a high point a little bit higher than that high. And
This
then,
one. Oh, that's June. Geez, I should go on a daily so I can align with what you're doing.
Yeah, I was looking at it on a daily, on my daily chart.
There we go.
But
this high, yeah.
Looking at a 1
What's
hour.
It, March 3rd, March
3rd. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's actually a good.
I mean, it's pretty far back, but I still like
points
to keep
that
an
you're
eye,
making
especially
there. Maybe
super high point like
drop
that.
a horizontal ray in there. Might be a good idea. Boom.
Yep.
Let's use
and
the
it's just
opening
above
closing
those June
prices
highs
as well.
But yeah, my alert was 8903.
So yeah, see how it all lines up with a sort of potential fourth wave ending. Again, we might have had it already, but I don't think we're there just yet. Let's switch. All right, price just broke above my entry level.
There you go.
Now, the thing is, sometimes you can look at momentum divergence as well, which is a good indication of potential reversal, or especially when price hits a median line. You can see the strong move to the upside, and on the histogram here, we started seeing a decline. But for me, proper momentum divergence would be between two peaks. Where is that drawing tool gone now? We'll just use a brush. So you got this high here. We can make another one like that. Give us momentum divergence on the histogram. That would be also a nice indication that the price is actually getting ready to make its move lower. But let's see.
We'll see. Gents, I'm going to take a few minutes, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Go for it.
All right.
Looking nice.
I hope so.
Yeah, you can get a nice close above that little area too.
Yeah, if we can just break this lower high here, then I'll be more than happy to reduce risk very quickly. Might even actually do that now already, because price is either going to hold that area or it's not, right?
Right.
Because I'm sitting here torn between the bullish and the bearish side. But since the morning trend is upwards, I'm siding with that for the moment being. Not a great risk reward anyway. It's almost a 1-to-1 more than anything else. But let's go with that.
Not bad.
So I'm going to switch back to the 4 hour here. That's perhaps a little bit too high. Let's go back 5 minutes. It's got this very funny move here.
I like it, especially if it closed above like all of this little area with a nice ship candle like this. This looks good for long.
Mm, for sure.
And they look like they're trying to push it down, but they can't quite do it. That buying
Yeah.
pressure is just there.
I mean, it's also a lot of times about, watching what price action is doing, right? Candles obviously can give you a lot of
Hmm.
information, especially if you like combine it with a fair value gap or something. It's like, how does price react to it?
Hmm.
You have most of your closes above that zone, should be an indication that, it's a potential
Yeah.
bullish move that's going to follow. So let's see,
Let's see
let's
this
see.
candle. You got just a few seconds on it. If this close up
Mm,
here like this would be great. I mean, yeah, you
yeah.
get a little bit of pushback with that area to the left, but
Mm,
this is great.
mm. Maybe a bit of a retest of that ledge. Hopefully not. Just go up.
Right. Like just go up. No
Yeah,
stalling, just go. Nah, looks good. I like that it closed above that previous structure right there.
for sure.
Nice.
It should actually be sitting right there.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh no, that's looking great to me.
Mm. I'm just always a bit wary, when price does actually break a high like this. You've got a lot of breakout traders sitting there. That's why I think if it breaks that high, I want to really tighten the
Yeah,
stop quite a bit.
yeah,
Again, not the best
that's what I
entry. It would
would
be
do.
nice, obviously, getting the end down here, but it is what it
Hmm.
is.
Right. They can't do much about that part. You got to manage the risk, manage
Mm.
the position properly.
Oh yeah. Mm. See, price not even contained in that pitchfork to the upside, but come on. See how it retested that down. It heard. They heard.
It's a nice little rain shower out there.
Is it raining? Your side.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I have a trigger candle yet? Ooh, I might have a bullish candle with a tail, Foreman. I just need a little more volume on the 15-minute for my Euro Japanese yen. We'll see if I can get one here.
I see your back, Tiger. Give me a quick second, guys. I will be right back.
No worries. No worries.
Right on. Starting to get a tiny bit of sunlight peeking through the storm clouds out there. I love a good thunderstorm. There's nothing better.
Oh, yeah.
In another life, I would have probably been a tornado chaser. Ever since,
Okay.
yeah, ever since watching Twister as a kid. Have you ever seen
Oh yeah.
Twister?
Didn't they make it?
Yep.
Wasn't there a remake of it recently?
Yes. Yeah, they just remade
And I
one
think there was
earlier
really
this year,
bad
and it
reviews
was.
on the remake.
I mean, it wasn't as good as the original, but I still thought it was pretty decent. Yeah. Of crazy guy with his tornado truck, and he has augers or something that he drills into all four corners of the truck and lets the tornado pass over him so that it doesn't. He's anchored to the ground, and he does that to get the video like of the tornado passing through him. It's like a super heavy vehicle.
Cheapest.
But
Wow.
that's a little too crazy. I probably wouldn't be doing anything like that. I don't know how real that is or isn't. It's a movie, so it must be. It must be
Wasn't
real,
it your
right?
mates chasing hurricanes? Who was it again that go out when it's hurricanes? Your mates.
Well,
You were telling us about.
in Florida. Yeah, in Florida, my
Yeah.
friends. Yes, yeah, they do. They have hurricane parties. They stock up on bottled water and beer and food and just ride it out and jam music.
Okay.
But it's just
So
it's crazy as it sounds. It's the
And
same
party.
thing as us here in the Midwest. Yeah, partying. Us here in the Midwest chasing them down. It's just the thrill of the chase.
Yeah.
Well, my 15-minute
Oh dear.
candle.
Hopefully this is now not going to do what I was fearful it wouldn't.
You got a little bit of a bearish engulfing candle, huh?
Hmm.
5 minute.
And not getting that follow through to the upside. Again, if I'm wrong about this and get stopped out, then we got a 5-wave sequence. Then that decline I've been waiting for is potentially started already. But let's see.
Right on the edge for me. Right on the edge. Really not getting the greatest effort result combination
Hmm.
on 15. As far as Wyckoff goes. $15-minute candle.
Yeah, price breaks and closes below this area here. That's not going to be good. That's not going to be good.
Yeah. Ooh, it's close. Ooh, it's close.
But then again, sometimes the best trades are the hardest ones, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I say it all the time. It's
Getting
one of the
the
best ones I've ever
bitter
taken. The ones I
heat
didn't
today,
take.
that's for sure. Come on.
Real close. Oh, there's your tail.
Mm. Be nice if this can close bullish. It will be nice with that tail there. Still got 2 minutes. Bit over 2 minutes on
Close
the
it.
candle.
Close at the top. That'd be nice.
You see a lot of indecision going on in this area over here.
Yeah.
It's been happening recently as I get into these trades, and it's like things just go sideways for ages before price gets, decides on the direction.
Yeah, you're in a big contraction box according to the master pattern indicator on that UK. Yeah, if you can break the 89.57 area, then you might be off to the races. According to my 15-minute candle.
Let's hope it's something like this, rather, like a triangle, rather, with a bullish outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to see things here that's not there.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I mean, I'll be drawing in trend lines and flags and pennants and everything.
Yeah, hopefully those 61.8 golden ratio fib retracement experts are buying at that level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should actually put those labels on the right hand side.
Well, my lack of trigger candle is keeping me safe so far.
There we go. That's better.
So far. Got a really nice divergence on my 1 minute time frame, despite the downward movement, but yeah, it's just not quite gaining the volume. Let me see if I'm getting a master pattern contraction box over here myself.
I'm going to switch over to yours for the moment being. If I get stopped out or something else, hopefully positive happens here, then I'll switch over again.
Sure.
Yeah,
We can move on over to mine. Yeah, so just setting it up here. Got my 15-minute supply up here. Got my basically 10-minute demand, but the 15 looks close. It's a green candle, but if you look at that on a 10-minute on the another broker, it's a big red ugly candle before the increase. So stop loss below the zone, take profit just before the overhead supply if I get that trigger candle. And it looks like it is finally making a little bit of a move.
Oh, nice.
Zero
Gen. It's very close to this price structure break as well. That previous little clusters of highs there. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. If we can get a close on top of that without a wick and then a reversal, then we may go ahead and jump on this market order. So we're on a 1 minute time frame. I would like to see some more volume than what we have currently, but yeah, we're going to wait and get a close above that. And as you can see, sellers stepped in right here at the touch of that downward trend line. So we'll see who wins this battle. Quite a bit of volume compared to the last 10 or so bars. So we'll see if the buyers can step back in and at least give me a close above this level. There's some more sellers. This is the military hurry up and wait part of trading.
So true.
Yep.
I feel like the better you are at this part, though, the overall better trader you become. Seriously, it's the hardest, easiest part. Like, how hard is it to sit there and do nothing?
Yeah. Just this, what Richard and I are doing. I mean, just this takes a ton of discipline. I mean, I used to always just get into these trades, like I said, just like immediately, like just touch my zone, just because I wanted to be in the action. But I've had early on so many losses just because I didn't verify the effort, the result. I mean, if it's bouncing up, am I getting the volume to prove it? Like that, just that one addition, especially on these shorter time frames like this, makes a huge difference. Obviously, some people use level 1, level 2 data. I mean, there's a few different ways of verifying if that move is legit or false. But man, I just love paying attention to VSA. I really do. It seems to help me out a lot. Or volume, whichever. I'm just going to take a quick peek on my other one over here real quick. see what VSA itself is doing. So 1 minute. $10-minute, 5-minute, 1 minute. Yeah, see, this is that 10-minute candle I was talking about on my other chart before the increase. So that's the one I was identifying. But yeah, obviously I'm taking it off of a lower time frame. So as far as trigger candles go, it'd be more like a 5 or even a 3-minute. Let's see what 3-minute looks like. Yeah, a little bit of a doji at the bottom end of it. But again, just looking to try to break that. What was that on a 5-minute or no 1 minute? I think it was. Yeah, see, even on this broker, I mean, same thing. Just getting that little wick up top, so that just makes me want to wait, get some more information. And then the red candles going down are a little less volume spread. Market geometry, just like Richard says. Richard is the market geometrist of trading. You have your own title, your own official title.
Thank you. My idea is I'm sweating a little bit on this trade. It's came very close to stopping me out, but I'm still in it.
Yep.
Does the annotate work? Can you guys see that question mark?
The what? Question mark?
Yeah. I'm wondering if the annotation works on here. I'm guessing not. Because I just drew a question mark on the screen.
Okay.
Just to kind of see. Because, sometimes we have to say, no, the candle to the left. No, go over 2 more. When you can easily just draw on someone's screen just to kind of.
Yeah, especially if you're not navigating the chart.
Yeah, it's sometimes it could be a slight hassle. But we have the option to annotate on Zoom. But I was wondering if you guys could see if I drew on the screen, but apparently you can't. So never mind.
No.
I don't know.
It would have been cool.
Like the sound of it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're like telling them, like, no, go over 2 more candles. All right, now go over. You see that little red candle right there? No, one more. Yes, that one. You gotta do that whole part.
Let's see what my EuroCAD's doing real quick while we're at it. Okay, yeah, that one's still quite a ways. Still a ways on that. No, not too interesting. Yeah, see, that's the euro dollar one I was looking at that I was liking, but again, I lost the bullish bias on it, so I'm glad I didn't just jump into that. This has been going kind of sideways, but anyway, back to Euro Jap. 1 hour, 30-minute, 15-minute. See, that's a pretty nice 15-minute candle. I mean, I would have preferred it close at the top of it, obviously. I mean, the body of this candle obviously engulfed the body of that candle, but of course we have the wick that didn't get engulfed. And yeah, looking at it on a 5-minute, I mean, obviously we're getting all these wicks up top at the moment, so that's obviously some selling pressure coming in. So we just basically got to fight, kind of like your UK trade at the moment, just to fight the buyers and sellers there.
Right as I entered.
So we'll just keep an eye on it for now. See if there's anything else popping up. Yeah, I really do like this Swiss Jap trade as well. So Give me about another 10 pip drop on this, and I'll be playing the same game. Look for that. Maybe some divergence in the RSI. It's not really. I mean, it's just pointing straight down. But obviously, I'd be more interested in it on like a 15 or a 5. Yeah, I see. Not really getting a whole lot of divergence yet. Of course, it's still a ways away Still a ways away. But yeah, Swiss Jap. I mean, obviously, if I get in this Euro Jap trade, then that would obviously negate me getting in the Swiss Jap just because I don't want to double up my Japanese yen risk, right? So, just personal taste. But obviously, if this just chews all the way through this zone, then that'll keep me safe, and then that'll open back up to give me an opportunity at that Swiss Jap whenever it does drop in, if and when it drops in. So I don't honestly care which one happens. Either one. If Euro Jap wants to just finish going through that demand zone, then so be it. I got Swiss Jap waiting on me right below it. Because both of them are giving me the bullish bias. I mean, Swiss Jap is an 8. Euro Jap is a 6. Now, New Zealand Jap is a 9. Let me double check that one. I haven't looked at it in a few minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the one. Remember, that bumped into that overhead daily supply. So again, just to reiterate, yeah, give me a deeper retracement to this 4-hour order block down here. Demand zone.
Gotcha.
That's where I'd be the most interested. I mean, yeah, I did draw up this other demand zone on a smaller 15-minute, I think, but. Yeah, so I did draw that up, but I'm not too interested in it. Let's take a look at that and analyze it again real quick. 1, 2, 3 bullish candles. Now, it didn't really bust through this area until later on. So it really kind of created, just a double top temporarily. Retraced a little before it finally wicked in and then went all the way down. So, yeah, it's just not sexy. That's the
not sexy.
That's the Monet. That's the Monet, right?
Look, there's some Monet coming up.
Looks better the farther away you are. Unlike the Mona Lisa. Okay, so yeah, we'll just keep my immediate eye on Euro Jap still. That's really the only one I care about at the moment. And then, because we don't have any. Well, we got the dollar news coming up, the PPI, obviously, in about, what time is it now? 5:47. So, hour 45 minutes. Obviously, if that
and
number
we're back
out,
at my entry level without getting stopped at. Jeez, I came within 2-3 pips of getting stopped out there, but anyway.
Were you sweating there?
I was sweating. I wanted to show you guys some winners.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a nice little pullback. Keep on going, UK.
Yeah, let's hopefully it accelerates and not keeps going sideways. Yeah, I'm looking at that same line over there.
Are you? Yeah, get you a close above, and you'll be breathing a little easier anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Your 5-minute volume is higher than the previous candle. So is the size of the candle. So you're looking good there.
It's got not the best entry levels, but it is what it is. Can't always go your way. In fact, it doesn't always go your way.
No, often, it doesn't. That would be too easy, wouldn't it? Yeah. RSI just chilling in the middle. All kinds of indecision at the moment. On a 1-minute time frame. What kind of news did we? Oh, that's all old news. I'm not too interested in that. Yep. Just straight sideways. the way it works.
Sometimes.
The way it works. Come on up. Let's see if I can push it up. Just go up. Up. No, more indecision. More indecision. Let me see what my charts, my Dow 5. So yeah, gold's still giving me just a 4. Oh, UK actually. Okay, so that's still sitting at a 4 as well. S&P is a 3. Nikkei is a 3. Bitcoin's only a 1. US oil is a 1. Neutral, of course. Silver is as neutral as it gets. That's sitting at a 0. Pound New Zealand, odd Swiss. Let's take another look at those. Pound New Zealand is my strongest bearish one. Yeah, that's the one that'll chop you to pieces. So give me a little bit higher of a push on that one still. Still got a ways to go. Aussie Swiss is a negative 10 as well.
Is that for short?
Yes, for short.
Pound New Zealand.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Pound New Zealand and Aussie Swiss are negative 10s. So those are my only two very bearish bias pairs at the moment. Let's see, Michael, you're still in this one, aren't you? The Aussie Swiss.
Just sitting here. Yep. I'm waiting for some type of something like, man, it's literally at my exact price at 27.
Something. You do have a little bit of a lower low on the price, but a little bit of a divergence on RSI. Tiny bit. Huh? If you're looking at it on a smaller time frame like that. Doesn't always mean anything. It's just one piece of the puzzle, but yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in shorting it if we can get back up to this 4-hour supply.
What price is that?
That's going to be 0.5265.
52.65.
Yeah, I mean,
funny enough, I think that's my exact TP. Let me see. 52.65. Oh, so what's so funny? My TP is 52.55. So 10 pips away.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good
so
one.
that'll take me out at TP and then give you the exact price. 10 pips higher than from there, give you the exact price. You pretty much go short at.
Now, my only real knock on that is the fact that when it did drop 3 bars down, 3 good red candles, it did not break this low point here on to the left. So it just basically double bottomed and then retraced. So it was basically a base drop, kind of a sloppy one.
Right.
When, again, just nitpicking my zones like I always do.
He's a nitpicker.
The nitpicker. I mean, I do have this other zone up here. I mean, it's something because super bearish bias at some point. It's got to go down. I mean, what to do anything, but I'm suspecting it because I got this downward in this white line and it's going right through that. So, I mean, it's an extra piece. If I can just get it come up, touch that, then we can look at. Something I have here is the anchored VWAP. Oh, here. So here's that influence point. I put my anchored VWAP to the top. yeah, I mean, if we can get that to come down into this area, then that's another dynamic, potential dynamic resistance. So maybe have that price kind of just whip through nicely, bounce off, get me a nice bearish candle somewhere in this area with some pretty good VSA, and just help my comfort level of taking it, because it's nice VWAP all the way down. I mean, it poked through this one. There's 1 points, 3, 4 points where it bounced off nicely in downside. So love VWAP. One of my favorite indicators, in all honesty.
Love it.
What's EJ doing? Go back to EJ. Where are we at on EJ? We getting a move? I'm sitting here jacking myself in the move, boys. All right, we get into this on a market order. I've already got set up, so doing a lot on Euro Japanese yen to the long side. So we'll see how that move works out. Broke that temporary downward trend line. We touched it over here, closed hard off of it this time, hit the line. It closed at the top of the range of that. I love that, guys. Love how it broke through and then closed at the top.
Break and retest.
Yeah, and then we had some wicks underneath. Actually, I think I got into it at a good time. So, yeah, we're basically almost a 2-to-1.
That's also a break of structure, right? Of that previous downwards move.
Yeah, so if we just tie a line over here, look left. Let's go down to 1 point. So, yeah, that's the high point at the moment. So it did break this area here, and it broke it as well, just barely. So, yeah, a little bit of pressure there.
Nice, Tiger. Can I quickly show my screen on my side, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. I'm in my trade, so we're good.
Good, man. Good. Well done with the patience. I was just like, good. Well done with the patience.
Times, but it's rewarding when you do it right.
I've been stuck in some pretty violent swings up and down since my entry. This might
of course, that's how it works.
If it is, if it is, then I'm hopeful we're still going to get another move higher, right? So nearly got stopped out. Remember, my stop's around about here somewhere. I'll show you now, but just want to do the analysis on here. So potential A, ABC for A, ABC for a B. I'm hoping this is what it is. If it is, then I'm probably going to be in this chop for a while longer. Hopefully it concludes pretty soon and start shooting up again. But let's see. I was getting really hopeful when price actually made it above my entry level again. Again, not the greatest entry level. But as you can see here, came within a few pips of my actual stop. So still in it. Thought I'll just give you a quick update. But if this is a triangle, then unfortunately I'm going to be stuck in here for a while longer, I think. Let's see. Hopefully not get stopped out. How's things looking your side, Michael?
Oh, just hanging out at my entry price.
Like
2
me.
days in a row. 2 morning days in a row.
Come on, give us a break, markets.
Yes. And I can grab the screen and kind of pick up where I left off
Okay.
earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
As
there's
far
nothing
as
for me really to show rather than shop there. I just want to give you a quick update. But anyway.
I'll go ahead and share my screen and kind of pick up from earlier here. So this is I'll get to that in a minute. I think we left off at EN. I want to say yes, we left off at about EN. All right, cool. So EG, because we went over EG. Oh yeah, actually we were on EA. Okay, so I mentioned how we got this fresh 5200 cross, and that lets me know that easily can see I'm in level 2. Price has not touched this 200 EMA yet, so that would be the next move in the cycle. The only thing about this one is it's a little tight, and reason being is when you have the 800 EMA so close, you don't really need price to close below the 13. At this point, it needs to close below this 800 because you don't want it to bounce off of there. So at this point, I'll for something move like this. And seeing that the ADR is right here, right? The ADR low is here. Yeah, we have this funny reload. It's a little short. I would like to see this kind of go a little higher to actually do a real move for that reload. And then, right? But the difference on this particular one is, and I don't like them too much when they do this because price will need to close below this 800 EMA. And then as you can see, the target is 0.96, right? So a little less than 1, even though it's super close. You could wait for a pullback and then grab it. That would be the best move, right? But it's kind of still kind of funny looking. Like it's a bit short there. So probably wouldn't be too interested in this. If this did happen, it would have to be really pretty, like when it's set up. So nothing too much there on EA. Moving along to GU. GU is kind of doing the same thing, right? And again, I can easily see this. 5200 has crossed here. And if you look, price has not touched the 200 EMA since. Yeah, it kind of nicked it a little bit here. But if you look at the TDI market baseline has not gone above the static, so that is not the move. And here does not count either for pretty much the same reason. And price needs to actually touch it. I don't really like wicks touching it. I want to see some body touch the candle. That signifies much more that that's the actual price. So I want to see price do something come up. This might be a little nice because it might give us the move off not only just the 200 EMA, but the 800 EMA as well. And you guys can kind of see how the market baseline is starting to tilt up. So let's go ahead and finish it off. Give us that nice reload. That's how we'll know that those orders have been activated once the reload comes. And that move will look something like this, right? Stops above this swing point, of course. And we can actually target this ADR low, which would be about $2.71, risking $1. So not too bad at all. But clearly that'll take a second to happen. So that's a pass for today as well. I'm mainly going over why everything's a pass except AUDCHF today. That's kind of what's happening because I don't really like any moves today. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm just not feeling any of this. Like this party's kind of whack a little bit. I just see one cool kid in the corner. Other than that, I don't really see too much going on. Right. So this was kind of close, right? We did have this 5200 here. So I knew at this particular point we are in level 2. Of course, once again, lots of level 2 trades, by the way. Now this one's a little funky looking. You guys remember on Monday I took this trade, or was was that Tuesday or Monday? Let's see. We took this. This was Tuesday. Yeah, so this was yesterday. But remember that news was coming up, and you and I both,
Mm-hmm.
Rich. That's when I think we both lost $12, right?
That's it.
But I closed this trade, and of course, it goes up during the news, which was totally expected to do that. We just couldn't hold it. But yeah, that's super lame because obviously, had I held on to the trade, it would have just went right to TP. But since I
Right.
didn't hold on to, yeah, like it sucks. Right now, had I held on to the trade, it would have went the other way. That's just how it goes for some weird reason.
Always.
Right. But as you can see, this is the move, right? 5,200 crosses, W off this 200 long. Like that's the move. Unfortunately, I just couldn't take advantage of it because news. So again, I only take the first W. There's no move after this. Now, there is no, not off the 200 there, that is. Now, the next move would be, in this particular cycle, would be the bounce. Let me delete this. It would be the bounce off of the 50 EMA, right? So the next move will look something, actually, let me point this out first. So as you can see here, we have the 1350 cross, right? And then the next move would be this bounce off the 50 going back long. Right, that would just need to look pretty crisp,
Mm-hmm.
right? But simultaneously, I can't have the RSI line would need to come down and kind of touch the static a little bit and kind of bounce over it that way. So that would be the next move in the cycle. So we'll see what it looks like. But for right now, it needs to actually touch the 50. And I don't mean just wicks. Like I want to see some body on this candle.
The body.
So yeah, wicks are like, for me, they're like iffy. It's like testing it. But the body is more of the trap move, right?
Yeah.
Because you can have several wicks in the same area, but when they actually close and there's body on there, that's much more cleaner to me.
I agree.
So yeah, that's GJ. GA is pretty interesting, right? Kind of the same thing here, guys. You can kind of check this out. We got this 5,200 cross once again. So we know we're in level 2. And from here, the next move to be looking for is that pattern off the 200. Now, this one's a little bit different. It's not just the M off the 200. It's more like a half of that. I'm sorry, head and shoulders off the 200. Right, so we got some kind of move like this. Right, but we did have everything we needed. Outside the band here on the TDI, inside the band, we had this beautiful reload. The reload was definitely enough space in here. Right, They trapped all of these traders, and this is a great example of what I mean when I say they trapped the traders. Once price, when the market baseline went above the static, all of this, they activated all of these pending long orders just to yank it away from them.
Psych.
Right, so, yep. Like, here you go. Psych. So, yeah, super nice. And again, just to kind of see this over and over and over again is always reassuring. And just kind of just keep putting that same pattern right there on the chart, right there on the chart, right there on the chart. And eventually it's super easy to see. Yeah, so that is GA. After GA, after this move here, there's much, because this is already really low. And if you can see, the market baseline is pointing up. I'm not interested in this move to the downside anymore. I want to see it to the upside. So we got this. I'll be looking for more something like this. And then this bounce move going towards 800. I'll be interested in this move to the long side. Simultaneously, the market baseline would go above the static. Kind of how it's below it. That's how I can easily tell it's not ready yet. So nothing on GA. Pretty far away. GCAD. GCAT was really, really nice last week, guys. Same exact thing. You can kind of see this 5,200 cross here, which once again signifies we're in level 2. And right after that, we have this beautiful M structure off the 200. It went,
Picture perfect.
right? But it didn't break this level. It pulled back, retested it again, and then dropped. So this one actually gave you 2 opportunities to enter the trade.
Remember you talking about?
Yep. This one was really, really nice. So same thing with this one. The move has already happened. I'm not interested in this to the downside anymore. It will need to turn around, right? Give me that W structure going long, break, retest the zone, and then go back up. I'll be interested in, once again, this entry right here. Market baseline, how it's below the static. At this point, it would be above the static. That would be my entry trigger right there. So that's on GC, nothing there really. GN is super easy to see because we have a fresh 5,200 cross. All right, price is just now touching this 200 EMA. So I want to see some type of M structure off this 200, drop back to the downside. Market baseline just peaked its head above this static. So we just want to see it continue to do that, give us that nice reload. Right. I'm going to copy this. I keep typing reload, so I'm just going to copy it. Make it easy. Make that easy. All right. And then, of course, that move will look something like this. Nice 1 for 1.5. So we're going to look at this move. This might happen. Today's Wednesday. This might happen this week, actually. I'm actually going to leave this on here instead of deleting it like the rest of them. So that's what I'll be looking for on GN. Whoa, this one is really far down. So I call this one GF. So GF is really low. I'll be looking for, we got the first leg. We need to see a second leg, retail, break above, just as always, retest this area and then run up. I'll be interested in this area here. Right. Simultaneously, market baseline will be above the static at this point. All right. So this will take a second to happen. This probably won't happen until next week. So I'll just take this off. USD CAD. USD CAD is actually pretty easy to see for the simple fact that we have a fresh 5,200 cross. As soon as the 5,200 cross happens, the very next thing you want to be looking for is, did price touch the 200? And I don't mean wicks, not just these wick things, right? This this counts on the chart. But if you look at the TDI, you can see that the market baseline is still above the static. So there's no reload. So this is null and void. That does not count. Same thing here. These actually don't touch the market baseline. I'm sorry, don't touch the 200. So this is dead. Then if you look at this last one that actually does touch it, you can still see that market baseline is still above the static. It's actually not going back below it since the 5,200 cross. So this clearly tells me that price needs to go, or wants to go rather, down to the 200, give me that W structure, and then go back to the top. Right? Simultaneously, market baseline needs to go below the static for that reload. Ah, see, that was smart, huh? Just a little copy and paste action there.
If it makes you happy.
Yeah.
Why not?
Saves at least 2 seconds, at least. Right, so once again, guys, this is just the same thing over and over again. This is exactly what I'm looking for in all of these to actually appear. Right? This is not happening just yet, so this is a pass for today for me. USD CHF. USD CHF has been really low for a long time. It's just now turning around. So I want to be a little cautious with this one. But the good thing about this setup is there's plenty of space to the upside once it does confirm. All right, so we got this 5,200 cross here. Next thing will be for price to come down, give me some W structure off the 200 EMA, and go to the long side right here at the 800. All right, market baseline can go, well, needs to go below the static, back above for the reload course. And that move will look something like this. With a nice upside possibility. The first target would definitely be here. Actually, yeah, you just kind of want to just leave it here. At this point, the market, the 800 EMA would probably go ahead and meet it at around this place by the time this sets up. But this is a nice 3-for-1 if this is to actually set up. So I'm going to leave this one on here as well, and hopefully it does. So that's UF. UJ is pretty high. Actually, it's not that high because we did just get a crossover here. So looks like 5,200 cross somewhere in this area. All right, so we'll be looking for that W structure off the 200 because price, since it happened, has not touched the 200 EMA at all. So this was a dead giveaway that's what we're looking for. Just give me that W structure off the 200, double bottom, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing for the most part. But again, simultaneously, market baseline will go below this static for that beautiful reload.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will be interested in the move to the upside. Something like this. Targets the 80-yard high. Stops below. Nice 2-for-1. Not bad at all. This will take not forever, but this won't happen this week. I don't see this happening.
No.
So this one be a pass for now. Getting over to AUD CAD. AUD CAD is really easy to see. Got a nice fresh 5,200 cross here. And then we have our first leg. You can easily tell that this is the first leg because if you look at the TDI, you can see that price has created this outside structure. That's why it's outside the band. So we're looking for this first leg, second leg. Can take this back up to the upside. Now, this is a situation where you want price to close above this 50 EMA because if it only closes above the 13, it could possibly bounce off the 200 or the 50. So your safest bet is for a close simply above the 50. You just got to hope that you got a 2-for-1 or a nice R to R here, which looks like you're a little short. So you probably want to target, this blue tracer, this high over here. That'll give you at least about a 1-for-1.5.
Hey,
and
gents,
then we already have the
I'm going to cut off and restart my computer, try to fix my lagging, okay? Just give me a few minutes.
But it's the storms probably, right? All good?
Yeah, probably, but I'm anyway. So, yeah,
we'll hold the fort.
Okay, right back.
Put it down. All right. Cool. So we already got this reload here, which is awesome. All right. So not too bad on this particular one. That'll take a second. Actually, this might happen this week. It won't happen today, but possibly this week. But yeah, that's what I'll be looking for on that one. NU wasn't too bad at all. It just really didn't give us a good entry to get in. Price kind of ran away from us. And as you can see, we have this 5,200 cross here. And of course, the next move would be that pattern off this 200 EMA over here, right? So we have this head and shoulders pattern, left head, left shoulder, head, right shoulder kind of drop. And then what happens is it gives us a second opportunity, because as you can see, it gives us a nice little break and retest area here, right? Like if this right here is the low area, this thing literally comes a pip or two away to retest this zone. Then as you can see, you got a huge drop below here, one huge candle. Now you probably couldn't have gotten in here, because if you did, your stop would have had to be above here, which was pretty high, and your one for one target would have been down here somewhere, which as you can see, it did not happen yet. So you probably either, if you did take this, still in it. Me personally, I wouldn't have taken it because of this right here. When you do have a move like this, I don't want it to be outside the band, because what's happening is that they're creating an outside structure. I want to see them come inside the band. So I would have expected another move like this and then a drop. So I would have never called this. And that's just more of the way to do it, for the simple fact that when it's outside the band, this is more of an outlier. Like, yeah, it works sometimes, but this is just one of those cases where it's better to just stay away from this, because you don't want, one of my rules is I don't trade price if it's outside of the band. For me, it's inside the band, outside the band, inside the band. That means that outside
because
the band,
it normally snaps back pretty strongly if it goes outside the bands, right?
And that's what happens. And you don't want to be in a situation where you took this trade, right, and then this comes up, nicks you and takes you out, and then drops. It's just going to piss you off.
Big time.
You're like, I knew that was going to happen. Well, why'd you take the trade if you knew that was going to happen? You know, so I stay away from those altogether. So yeah, nothing there too much. NCAT kind of gave us the same exact scenario, guys. Yeah, NU and NC were very, very close, like nearly the same trade. As you can see here, we had the same 5,200 cross. All right, so after that, you're looking for that pattern off the 200, which again looks just like NU. So we had this left shoulder, head, right shoulder, drop. It didn't take the lows out for this level. It just went to it because they had short orders right below this, pending orders, and they came back, stopped those traders out, activated traders long, and yanked it away from them, all in one fatal move. Sometimes it's just crazy to see what goes on behind the charts. Yes, they know exactly what they're doing. And same thing here, outside the band. So I would not have taken this. Right, I did set this up, but that's not the trade to take, because it's just off. It's a risky trade altogether, so wouldn't be interested in that one. NF was pretty funky. I don't like it when it's so low like this. Got this all the way back just to see where the 5,200 crossed at. Right, wow. Like this is way far. But if you look at this,
quite a grind say, from right? The 25th.
Yeah, all the way back here. Right? That's too long ago. But the move had already happened. As you can see, this is the 5,200 cross here. Right after that, we have a gorgeous M off the 200. Right? Drops give you a slight little retest of this same exact area. Right? Rolls over. Drops. That was the move all the way back here. So you could have took this move on the 25th and yeah, the 25th, basically. He could have took this move twice in one day, way back here. So to go all the way down here and try to take this move again over here, this makes no sense. Right? So not interested in NF at all. I would need this to turn around the complete other way. You can kind of see this is bottoming out too. Like we have this easy range. Right, so this thing's been in the range since the 7th. So,
That's crazy.
right, so
yeah, getting chopped up.
Exactly, just a lot of chop. So don't want to be dealing with that. Let's see here. So yeah, just take that off here. So yeah, nothing on NF, AUD, USD. We were to take this yesterday, but it didn't give us full confirmation. I think we were missing. Was it the 4-hour confirmation? Let me see. We're missing something here. Oh, I know what it is. This was actually no close. So like this is a great fake that they actually threw here. And when I say great fake, okay, I mean great fake. If you look at this, when I say a W, right? Like what happens with the W when I do this is price is closing below the 13 EMA, it's closing above the 13 EMA, and then it's closing back below the 13 EMA to retest this level one last time. Then it finally closes above the 13 EMA and takes off. So that's what I'm looking for when I see not just the W or the double bottom, whatever you want to call it, but I'm also looking to see how price interacts with the 13 EMA. So in this particular case, this looks like it's a W here. This little green candle closed above, it came down and retested again, and then it ran up, right? But this little piece is not really enough. Like the way that this candle closed, kind of barely above the 13. I don't like it when it does that.
Mm-hmm.
For one, it would need to also close above this 200 for me because the way the trade is played, well, the setup is placed, because it can easily bounce off of this, which it did on the very next candle, as you can see. Now, this green one makes a lot more sense, right? But now you got to worry about price bouncing off the 50. So it's much smarter to wait for it to close above the 50 as well. And this green candle finally does it, right? And then what happens? They turn around and they snatch it all away from you. And that all stemmed from this one candle right here. See, they faked everybody out with this one move right here. So this was super close to actually fully confirming, but close but no cigar. You just want to stay away from it when it's questionable like that. And I think I like to say that it's just a lot easier to not take those bad trades because it's not all about getting into good trades. It's about staying out of the bad ones like this, right? Like this is really funky. The candles all super close together. It's a bunch of baby candles. It's just ugly altogether.
Super funky.
So, yeah, I call it fugly. It's freaking ugly. It's fugly.
Yeah. Like a pug.
Yeah, exactly. Like he got a short, grum, pudgy face. Like I don't like that. I like mine pretty. Right?
Oh gosh.
Like I like the supermodel trades, right? But yeah, this one's a little funky now. If there was to be a setup, seeing that we do have this price going to the downside here, it would be, which again is really ugly because this space, you need price to close below this 50. I'm sorry, 200. Mm-hmm. It would be something like this. But again, you need price to close below this. And at this point, the risk to reward might be off. Was to do something like
Michael,
this.
can I just, sorry to interrupt, can I just share my screen, please?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's check it out.
Finally got a breakout. So it was a little triangle. Definitely a little triangle that made me quite a bit. We just broke above that high. That started off this triangular formation. While you were talking there, I was tracking it in real time. So we had a 3-wave A, 3-wave B, very contracting C, a D, and they all ended and terminated at 0.786 levels, which is in itself pretty cool to see. Now, I would like price to break that high. It's actually, I think, close enough. The only problem I have with how traders technically trade, what I mean by what I'm saying now is I want to trail my stop or reduce my risk. But knowing how traders trade triangles, they wait for a breakout, a retest, and then hopefully you get another move higher. All right, so going to break even since my entry level wasn't the best. In my opinion, would not be great. So what I'll do is trial that stop below the previous 5-minute candle. But hopefully we get a nice accelerated move to the upside now. That will reach target, hopefully. So target again is actually at this upper median line. Just switch back to the 4-hour. Not the 4-hour.
That's the
Let's
same.
go 5 minutes. Let's see where price hit that median line before. So this could potentially be a drawing card for the next move higher. So we just booked that high. You see, just booked it. So again, also knowing, although this might be a very a triangle that occurred on a shorter time frame, it might be that this might be the penultimate move in this move to the upside, right? So technically, that high has been taken out. It'd be nice if we could see something like this and continuation upwards. But the last thing I want to do is take a full loss on that now. This is exactly why I reduced my risk. So it looks like, yeah, we've got a little retest there. Right there. Let's hope for continuation back upwards again. If we fall, if price falls back into this mess that's been stuck in now for how long? Jeez, 2 hours or something. Then, yeah, it's not going to look good. So I'm just hoping for a little bit more of a push higher. Target not too far away. Anyway, that's the update. I just thought I'll quickly show you guys that. Even following these little triangles on smaller time frames are possible. You just have to bear with it. Sit through the hell.
Absolutely.
Sideways movement.
That's pretty well the same I can add on my EJ is the breaks and retest for the other buyers and more market geometry, as you say, on another line on there trying to get some of it. So
nice.
You see how it's falling back into that range now. Not good. It's listening to me.
It happens.
Yep.
It happens.
It wants me out of here.
Market makers get on popular streams and listen to coaches and say, "Oh, he's short, huh?
Yeah.
Take that thing."
There we go. Come on, go back up. Jeepers creepers. Been waiting here too long for peanuts. But anyway.
All right.
Let's see.
That's the same thing I did. Drew 2 lines like that on mine.
Right, so back to you, Michael. Sorry for interrupting there. I just wanted to provide an update. I think that pattern is over now. It's just we're not seeing much follow through, which makes me a bit worried. But If we can break this candle's high, then I'm going to go to break even.
Nice.
And then so be it. And hopefully not walk away with the price of coffee like a couple
Right.
of days back. Especially
Good
got a
old
lot
cup
of
of
waiting
coffee.
for a little bit of a move. And sometimes this happens and it happens and happens. But if you do the same thing over, at least you're right about direction. And one day you get those moves that just keep on running. And yeah, it's nice being part of those.
It sure is. Especially if you trail your stops.
Yeah, this is not looking lekker.
Getting the same ugly candle.
We could also be doing this. Where all of this mess is something like A, B, C, X, A, B, C for a B, and now a C, and then a D, and then an E, meaning I'm going to be sitting here for the entire day. Market's making me work for my money, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, that was the update, guys. Sorry for that. Please continue if you've got anything to show. Nice to have you back, Tiger. Seems like things are running smoothly on your side.
A little bit.
Yeah.
The storm clouds are and starting to see light.
Well, cool.
Check out my chart quick if you guys want to look at Euro Jap, unless you had something.
Yeah, Tiger, I think the stream is still not 100%. So I think maybe let Michael go on here.
That's fine.
No worries.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me. I'll go ahead and share my screen and finish up here on the few that I was going through,
Okay.
and then I'll get to the one I'm actually in, of course, here. Any setup second. So yeah, this one is probably not going to be a good one because as you can see, you got to put your stops up here, and if you target this ADR low, right, you're risking $1 to make 71 cents, and that is a no bueno. That is not good. So AU is off the board for sure. Even if you waited for a pullback, that wouldn't be good because this 800 EMA is right here. So I would just leave this one alone altogether. I just don't like it. And then let's get to AF, the one I am in now, guys. I forgot I showed this at the beginning of the stream, but we just been chillaxing here for quite some time now. Right. So now that I've showed this setup 100 times today, you guys can easily see where I'm going with this. Nice 5200 cross. Right. We're looking for the market baseline to go below the static, which it did right here. Gave us this reload that we also need. Right. So market baseline did go below the static, gave us the reload. And then we have this W structure just right off this 200 EMA here. Right. Looks a little funky. I don't know what they did with this, but got this beautiful W structure here kind of running up. Maybe like a little half pullback thing and run up. At least I wanted to get to here so I can take some profits off. Like I've been sitting in this for a minute now. So if they can just show me some love, that'd be great. Right. But
yeah.
And I think I mentioned earlier too, just another thing about this is I love how they bounce off this area here. As a matter of fact, I'll do it like this. A nice area. And I used to listen to this I forget his name. It was like Jason, but he always used to say this, look to the left. Look left, structure leaves clues. He would always say that. So part of my journey, piecing a whole bunch of different things together and building your own. I always look to the left and see this previous structure. So on top of my pattern and cycle instruction, I'm already looking at. Make this green. I want to make this green. All right, whatever. I'm gonna leave it red. It's kind of messing me up a little bit. Anyway, just to see this entire thing make the W structure, and it's bouncing off of this exact structure here as well. Just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I said earlier today, this should theoretically be my trade of the week. Yeah, this would be a nice 3.5% off this one trade with 2 positions. So if this does go, it will be beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Maybe a little bit less actually than 3.5, because I'll end up taking at least a quarter off here just in case. Because one thing I refuse to do is wait this long and not make any money off this trade. So I'm definitely take
Like
some
me.
money off. Yeah. And I'll be honest, I took this trade on all of my accounts. So this is how confident I am in this trade. It's not just one setup on one account. I took this on all of my accounts. So this is my signature. And then I pointed out earlier, guys, I just really, really love like 2 setups, 2 different time frames, right? Like this setup on the 4-hour chart for my master trade is just beautiful, right? As I always draw W structure. This one made a move like this, where it did it like this. I'm expecting it to take out these highs, right? I'm in right here on this exact structure, right? And you can actually even see it. Well, kind of gave it a little funky. Come up here, that's this area, W, run up to this 200. It's exactly what I wanted to do, right? Just take out this area right here. I'll just make my money right in the middle, like I always say. This would be a great setup to take. All right. I mean, really, really, really good trade. We probably won't. I'm not going to say probably. I know I'm not closing this trade before the session is over. That's for sure. So I'll end up updating you guys on what happened on this tomorrow. And also in the Discord, I'll be keeping everybody updated on this trade as well. But yeah, this is what we call a beauty, guys. Not a Mona Lisa per se, because if it was a Mona Lisa, I wouldn't still be in this trade. It would have ran to TP already, or I would at least be at break even. So I can't call it a Mona Lisa, because it literally, the Mona Lisas, they run so fast. I mean, in 2 candles, you're at take profit, or at
Those
least
Mona Lisas run fast, you say?
Yeah, they do.
She's been stuck in a museum for ages.
So this one kind of got me just hanging out. As you see, I got the levels and everything set, so I don't have to watch this all day. But yeah, these would be the levels. I always like to put this, like if it's coming back and it's close to my stop loss, I do want to come back to the charts and get a second look at it. Very rarely will I close it based off this information, but I just still like to. I just like to look at it again. So if price was to come all the way back down here, I don't want to be away from the charts. I want to come back and take a gander at it. And of course, I got my stop loss hit all the way down here. But as soon as price gets to this area here, I'm definitely going to take something off, move my stop loss to break even, so I'm not even worried about the trade anymore. Then, of course, ultimately, my TP is up here at this ADR high. So I got my infamous TP smacked.
Smack.
Right. So this is the trade of the day, guys. You see, I just went through all those pairs to say why I don't like any of them. But this one right here, this one's great. This is the move right here. And once again, mainly because once we get this 5,200 cross, price really, and it comes back, gives you the reload, it really wants to come out and take these highs out right here. So I want to be in the ride why it wants to go ahead and do that. So trade looks like I'm finally back in profit on this. because I'm in at 27, so it's only up about 4 pips now. It looks like we finally making some headway here. Finally, took forever, and they even tried it, right? Like there's this thing. I know you said you watched it. You watched the show Billions, Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
Rod, he has this thing where he's like, you know, it was the episode where it was the currency. He said something like, no country with the weak currency is gonna shake me out of my position. So I like the
Yeah.
concept that he said, like, no market maker is gonna shake me out of my position with moves like this down here. Like, if you're really gonna do it, come down here, close below this 200 EMA. If you close below the 200 EMA, all right, now I'm getting scared, or at least starting to wonder if you're about to stop me out, right? But until they do that, which is why my alert is right here, none of this does nothing. But I know for a fact they shook out so many what I would call weak traders, or traders who aren't confident in their setup, that closed it right here. And look what it did. It turned right around.
Couldn't handle it
the
at
other
all.
way. So, yeah, he couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle it. Just too new, or just don't trust the process yet, or too emotional. You know what I mean? But I love the way he phrased it. Like,
impatient, emotional. Start self-doubting yourself. All those.
FOMO, missing out, scared to lose money, the whole thing. Maybe some of the traders took the trade down here and they were up a little bit, right? And then it's like, oh, I don't want to go into the red. I'm just going to close it. As soon as they close it, this thing turns right around. Like we've all been there 1,000 times on our journey, right? But me, just being totally honest, you're going to have to show me. You're going to have to show me.
Right.
Seriously, because when I see this setup, like I think you said it earlier today, Rich. When the setup comes, you got to trade it and execute. You can't be scared. And my mentor used to say, when your setup appears, you trade without fear. So that plays in my mind all the time, right? Like my setup is there, I'm taking it. I don't care about anything.
Take the bulls by the horn and suck it up and do it.
Yeah. Be a big boy, be a man.
Make a loss.
Be a big boy on your chest if you need to.
Dust yourself off.
Yeah. And keep it going, right? So, but yeah, trade of the day, guys. Probably trade of the week for me. So, beautiful AF trade. Talking about this for the rest of the week, especially if it keeps running up. So, we'll see how it goes.
Right.
Just got a few more here. Then I'll go ahead and pass it along. So EF is really, really low as well. EF wasn't bad last week. What happened was we had this news, right? You can easily see this M structure right here. Right, so we got the 5,200 cross here. Now, I always remember E price touched right here. This is not the M, right? Because once the 5,200 cross, the next thing you will look for is the move off the 200, right? It's like, all right, so yeah, price touched the 200 here, but you have to look down at the TDI. Did the reload happen? No, it did not. That means this is nothing, right? This is not. This is not the move you think it is, right? That's not it. So big old X on that. But when you come over here and you look at this particular pattern, now market baseline did go above the static. So now I can tell that this is the move right here. All right, we got the first leg, second. This one gave you 3 hits to the high. Finally dropped, pulled back slightly, and dropped again. Right. The only thing that was wrong with this happened super late in the day. I didn't get to take this trade. This happened really, really late when it confirmed. And then by the time it did, it was horrible. Is this 9 in the morning? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what it was? I believe we had news on this day. I believe it was something happened. It was either news or something or no firewall confirmation. Something kept me out of taking this trade short right here. Which of course it ran, but can't really do anything about that. Whatever this would have been, I would have broken my rules had I taken this trade short. So I left this alone. But once again, once the 5,200 cross and the move happens off the 200, that's it. There is no other move after that to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
So this was nothing. I'm waiting for this to really turn around and go the other way. So ES is dead for me today. CAD yen is so high that it's in the clouds. It's ridiculously high.
You should put an Ishibuku cloud on there. We'll be in the clouds.
Yes, this is ridiculous. We got the 5,200 cross here, all the way at, when was this? July 3rd. So nearly 13 days ago, almost 2 weeks ago. Once you see the cross, if you look at the 200, price has not touched the 200 at all. This thing is all the way up here, and there's no 200 interaction. So, of course, my next move is that W off the 200 going long. That's the next move in the cycle. Simultaneously, market baseline going below the static for that reload. All right. And then, of course, that move will look something like this. This R to R will make sense. Stops below the swing. Yeah, nearly a 3-for-1 on this setup. So nice on this one. That'll take forever to happen. Probably won't happen until next week. So today is definitely a pass. FJ, I think you were looking at FJ, Tiger.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty well chewed through my demand zone. So passed on that one.
Oh, okay, yeah. FJ is really high too. Like this.
Yeah, we're getting
anytime
a little our strength overall right now on a few currency pairs.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, anytime I have to scroll back so far like this to see when the 5,200 crossed, it's dead. Like it's just not a good trade to take. This thing is really high. So for me, I'm more interested in shorts on this. But of course, that'll take a second to turn around, right? So,
guys, I'm going to jump out of my UK 100 FTSE trade. I'm just not happy how it's behaving. It's still in profit.
Okay. You can show your screen if you want to.
Yeah, let me just do that quick.
Got the sun out.
Look, our price just took out those highs. Again, I'm sitting here with the inkling or thinking that there might be a ascending triangle other way rather than that symmetrical one. So I'll just put it a little bit above my entry level, again, just to cover a coffee. 2 days of extremely hard work for very little reward. But maybe it will shoot up to the upside now. My worry is that I've done a purple count here where it's actually an ascending triangle instead. And the only way you can count that, and hopefully I'm wrong, is that this was a B wave, and the B wave itself was a complex double zigzag. ABCX, ABC. You quite often will see alternation between different ABC patterns in triangles. So you won't always get a three-wave move, three-wave move. You quite often get combinations of that. If this is the case, then C wave is going to come down. D wave is going to come close to the highs again, get everyone excited, and then they're going to drop down again to an E wave. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully it was just this yellow count and price is just now farting around. But it is within that high time frame fair value gap as well, right? So resistance overhead, I was just hoping for a bit more of a punch higher. It's not been happening. So I'm just thinking if this was a B wave of an ascending triangle instead, Then we can come down all the way to 0.618, maybe even lower. You see, you've got this lower line here. The purple line of the ascending triangle count will be at the same areas. It could fall as low as that, and then I'm back in the red again. So I'm definitely don't want to sit through that again. Here we go. Lift off. Come on. They're listening to me.
There they are.
There they are.
You
See
can
now,
do
it's
it.
going to just fail there again. Come on. Just give me that last little push. Again, the upside target is close to this upping median line. So that's where that target is. Yeah, I just thought I'll provide that update, but I'm not sitting through a deeper decline if that ascending triangle would play out. It's been a terrible long wait. I want to get paid.
Yeah.
As Michael said, he gets into his trades and they run more often than not.
Exactly.
I'm on that boat, the fast one.
Exactly.
But anyway, here we go. Bit more of a positive move upwards.
Keep on going.
Oh, you right there. You might as well go ahead and touch it now.
Mm-hmm.
You got this. So I got a question for you, Rich. You wouldn't move your stop loss up even more at this point? You would just still leave it where it's at?
I'm about to do that. I'm actually going to go, let's say, to here, where we all have all these other peaks. But I mean, that was 65.8, and we had 66.5. Considering how long I've been in this trade, if this candle closes and I haven't been the target hasn't been reached, then I'll go try to stop to below that candle. Let's see.
Well, that's
It'd be nice to.
That's a
It's
few
so
cups
close, it might as well do
have
it
target
at
being
this point.
reached as well.
coffee for all of us now.
Hmm?
Right.
That'll buy coffee for all of them.
Yeah. See, it's just struggling. But
And the back end.
this might give us like some sort of a doji formation, then I'll just be out of this. All right, we'll wait 3 minutes or so. It's always nice to see your targets hit, though, right? But it's also nice to see profit. Yeah.
Sure is. Euro Jap is just not looking too good. May get a sweating like you were sweating earlier on the stop loss potential.
Yeah. Nearly got stopped
Maybe
out
mine
about
will
3
turn
times.
We shall see. This Jap, that just dropped right straight through. So there was some temporary Japanese
around about
some way, shape, or form.
18 minutes or so left. Sorry, you were saying, Tiger?
Yeah, the Swiss Jap I had, it just chewed right through it pretty easy. We've got some type of Japanese strength going on across a few different curves. So it's affecting my EJ and all the JPY pairs at the moment.
Okay.
But we're on.
Excuse me.
Nice thin thread.
It just has to hit it. It's so close, it might as well do it. So you need one big push. Go ahead and pop it.
What is up with JPY?
Come on, baby.
Right. Just stop playing. Just come on. Oh, there you go. You're so close.
That's going to tease and flirt with me for a while. That's a 66 level as well. A round number. Will it pass through? Let's see. Come on.
Oh man. My AUF trade move stop loss to break even just went off. See, this is why I love this skill set. Like, just amazing.
Sweet.
Let me grab the screen real quick.
Awesome stuff. Please do.
Let me share my screen really quick. This is freaking amazing. I love this. Absolutely love this. All right, so we are about to bag some profits here, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
Just look at this.
All right, I'm out.
Just look at this. My alert just went off. Pull off some of these targets. Just love it. I really do. I swear I love it. So
Bag it up.
First of all, let's close this. I only want to close a quarter of it though, so let's do 0.25. I'm super confident in this. So let's just close that little bit. And then let's move this stop loss up a bit. Let's see where we're going to put this. In fact, let's just leave it +2. So this is in at 33. It's at 39. Oh, it's a little close. So let's just put it at 35. 52, 35. It's kind of close, to be honest. Oh, I won't even share my screen. My bad, guys. I'll just share the entire screen. Yeah, this might take me out, to be totally honest. This is a little close. Yeah, this is a little close. It's at 38. I moved my stop to 35. Let's see. 35 is right here. Let's just see. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to risk not banking on this trade for one. And then let's just do the same thing here. Actually, I'm going to close. Which one has got the closer entry? I'm going to close. Wait, this one is at 32. Yeah, I'm going to close a piece of this too. Yeah, so I'll close half of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going to do. So at 224, that's what, 112. So we'll do 112 on this one. Close. And then let's do Moody stop loss to break even. So we're in at 28 and 32. All right, so this one at, move this one to 30. 52, 30. Protecting the money on that one. And then we got to move this one to 34. 34. All right, so we're officially not going to lose any money on these trades, and we just made some money, fellas.
Nice.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, when I said I took this on all of my accounts, Like, it's ridiculous. I took them on all my accounts. We'll
you're
see what the rest
confident.
look like. Yeah, this is my A plus setup. Like, once again, so that one is there. I'm gonna put this second one at 30. I'm hoping this doesn't take this one out because this is the bigger position. Let's see. And I'll just put second B. I mean second. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. That's this one. This one about to take me out. This one's gonna take me out here, but who cares? I've done what I needed to do.
You ain't going broke today.
Not today. Not today, folks.
So you're all the way out?
Reshare this. Nah, so I took some partials. I took a quarter on it, and then I'm at break even on the rest of them because I'm still I'm still thinking this got some much more upside to go. This is my actual TP. It's just that once it gets halfway, it's typically when I move my stop loss to break even, which is basically right where it just went to. So I don't want to have any more risk on the table. This is a huge candle. I can't lie. A part of me wants to take this again because I'm just that confident. I want to take this and put my swings right here and take this position again like this. That's what I kind of want to do. I'll see how it works out. But cool. So that's pretty much it on that setup. Did you want to grab the screen again, Rich?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just quickly at that.
Yeah. Go right ahead. I only had those 4 last ones to show anyway. But yeah, we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Right, so there we go. I don't know why it's not showing the red arrow for my exit, but price eventually reached that target.
Sometimes just got to reset.
A little bit, to not much more than I took on this trade, but I just trailed my stop to below this. Again, just got quickly poops. They knew I was doing this, obviously, and then went to target on the second candle after that. But so be it. To be dead honest, did not like being in that trade for so long. Not being rewarded as much as I wanted to. But also knew that I might be dealing with price moving into a very strong overhead resistance area. I also got that, thought in the back of my mind that we might still get a decline towards those larger areas or value areas lower down. So with that in my mind, took a smaller position than I would normally take. I had to fight for that. Nearly got stopped out 2-3 times, like literally within 2-3 pips. But again, in my case, since I live in South Africa, I think I only made like 54 on this dollars. At least that would feed my family for dinner. Maybe not you guys, but our currency is so weak over here. It's quite nice to make a bit of dollars. But yeah, good stuff.
Good deal.
How are we doing on time there? I still think we got a few minutes, right? 8 minutes. Michael, you out?
Yeah, I'm still kind of stop loss over here. Pretty close, but it's kind of like you just sweating it out these last few minutes. We'll see.
This was a WX move on the Nazi, and then what looks like a 5-wave move up again. This is what we call an inside return trade. So you already have your 3 anchor points, right? Price fund resistance up there, broke, retested, and we did pull back to this low median line. Do we have a bit more confluence there? This is not the Nazi, guys. We didn't trade today. We have the 61.8, which is probably what everyone would be watching. And we got quite a large wiki happening over here. One could almost say that there's some sort of ugly looking fair value gap, although you shouldn't have that wick there, according to the purists. But where's my tool gone? Here we go. So yeah, support, at least temporary. But as you were saying, Tiger, it'd be nice if we can actually move lower. I'm especially interested in taking a long further down on the UK 100, if it happens. So see, now their bloody arrow appeared. Just that you can see the trade was actually exited on that can. But yeah, gold's not been doing much. So from my side, that was the trade. It wasn't the trade of the day. The trade of the day goes to Michael.
Yep, that's right.
But yeah, there we go. Euro minutes. Who was that?
About 5 pips for stop loss. Just hanging on for dear life over here.
Cool.
But it's only minus 0.01, 0.16% actually. Loss if it gets there. Not bad. Just a tiny little thing.
Good stuff. All right. Tiger?
Yes, sir.
So you'll probably be stalking a trade setup after our session, right? You're on again tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be well asleep. I'll be thinking of you.
Yeah. Taking my teas.
Definitely. Yeah. So,
well, today I'm gonna.
You guys got anything else to share? We've got a few more minutes to.
Yeah.
The end of a session, about 4 minutes or so.
I'm gonna be forcing myself to stay awake at least till I'll get through the part of the New York session, and we'll see about taking an afternoon until about 6, and see if we can stay between that evening and our morning session. So, new test. Right. So, wish me luck. I'm trying to figure out this schedule. I'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, well, it's all about retuning your biological clock, I suppose.
Yeah, that's it. I got to get the circadian rhythm in sync. But tough. Yeah. Wouldn't train. I'm doing.
Yeah, well, still love being with you guys. So I know it's sometimes a little bit tough, but we can't really complain. We're doing what we love, just trading.
That's right.
We'd be here if we didn't like it.
Our own homes. Yeah.
But yeah.
I'll say I had much worse
How's your sleeping
to be doing.
Going?
To be honest, it's not
washing
bad
dishes.
I don't need to do too much. I think I was mentioning yesterday. As long as I get me like 6 hours, I'm pretty good. So yeah, I just knock out, wake up at 2:30. When I get off, I do another session with like my group, and I'm pretty much done for the day. Might go to the beach, to the pool, hang out.
Nice. Yeah, I must say 6 hours is pretty decent for me as well. Anything under that, then I feel tired. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
And you gotta be sharp trading, right? I never trade if I'm sick. Well, I don't like to. If you're overly tired, maybe just take a step back a little bit. But yeah,
catch the old Z's.
Yep. My girlfriend's birthday is next week, so I'm trying to plan all of this
Really?
party and secret stuff for. So
Yeah.
it's hard to do
my
because we share everything.
my wife's
so it's hard to
birthday's
do
on
it.
Friday. Friday coming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she shares a birthday with Nelson Mandela. Remember him?
Oh,
Yeah.
One of the old
Nice.
icons. Yeah, 18 July. So I'm also secretively planning stuff. Luckily, it's on a Friday, so the next day is a Saturday. We're not working.
Right.
Yeah.
I gotta love it.
Right, gents.
Yeah, here's the next day.
I think it's time to say our goodbyes. As always, been great being with you. I think time flies faster than one would expect, especially when you're doing what you like. Got a few trades going on there, so not the biggest of them all, but we'll nail them sometime. And to all the viewers, thanks for watching. Please join us again tomorrow, and please stay tuned for the pre-market pulse, which will be in the next 15 minutes when the next round of coaches take over again. Tiger, as always, and Michael, great having you here, and
Absolutely.
have a great rest of your
Check
day.
you guys
To all
tomorrow.
viewers, take care and goodbye. Cheers, everyone.
Ready. Cheers.
All right, guys.
Hola Prime. Trade with